Hey everybody, welcome to the channel again if you're coming by. Notifying some people that we are live for today. We're going to get started here sometime. Hey Bryce, it's good to see you. Everything feels good?
Yeah.
Oh cool. That's got to be an echo of weirdness, the way it's coming from your headphones.
It depends on which one I pay attention to.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Hey Apple user, how's it going? Just getting on right now, so a lot of things are going on. Modelik, it's good to meet you. Modelik. Thanks for stopping by. If you guys don't know anything about what's going on, I'm actually going to be going doing free lessons. I do have to change my background a lot because some people are asking for certain questions over and over again. Hello, how's it going? Basically, the goal is to give you free lessons in flying helicopters, so there's quite a bit that's happening. Can you angle this thing up just a little bit, just because I feel like it's not? Hi, Cat. It just feels like it's drooped down somewhat. There we go, thanks. I'm trying to fix some lights and stuff, but Easy Drifter, how'd it go? Is it stuck?
No, it just keeps going.
Broke it? I don't know. Okay. We're just having a little issues with the lights and stuff, but the goal is to have free lessons in helicopters. This is a ground school. That's fine. We'll just leave it the way it is. I have an assistant here, essentially. I have a person who's learning how to fly helicopters, so you're going through essentially lessons with him. He is an 18-year-old kid. He's going to be a TikTok star because he's going to be learning how to fly and showing you guys how that goes. For the most part, but my goal, I've been flying for 20 years, so welcome. I have been a flight instructor for 20 years. I've been teaching all sorts of levels of different knowledge, from basic all the way to some of the more advanced stuff. And so the goal is to give everybody the information that I have in my brain, which is really kind of full right now, and put it out there. And try to make sure that everybody else has an opportunity. It's good to see you guys. I will apologize, and I need to put a thing that says, if I don't respond, I apologize. I cannot respond to everybody all the time and answer questions. Bryce is in the chat as well, and then he's going to help with answering potentially questions that I can't get to. I will feel a lot better because I can't live forever. And then on top of that, if I can teach somebody how to fly, they're potentially going to save my life one day. So if I can teach the pilots that are coming through, when I get a little bit older, I'm not that old, but when I get older, if basically there are pilots that are out there, we will need to have people who are actually in those industries like EMS and things. So fight fires, things like that. People quite literally don't really know how much helicopters do, but we need them. And at some point I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm glad that you got your 13-year-old grandson watching, because honestly, we've got to get him started really, really as young as we possibly can. What's up, Christian? It's bear hunting. I am getting bombarded with everybody's messages, by the way. Oh, I gotta say thank you for all the support and the interest in all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of questions that everybody keeps asking. I'm trying to put out most of my information in videos, and you're not too old if you're almost 40. You just have to find some solutions. But ultimately, I'm putting most of those questions, like if it's okay if I'm older, can I start, and how. I'm putting those out there. There's different ways that you can do it. You may not necessarily be always able to take passengers when you get older, but you can still kind of work. You have one question. What helicopter do I pilot? I helicopter pilot right now Bell 206, Lima 407 Bell, and R44 helicopter. Those are the ones right now I'm flying. I flew the Black Hawk in the military though, so I was a Black Hawk pilot for a couple years. I flew over to Afghanistan, was there for a year, and everything else too. I'm getting a pretty good feed going on. It looks like there's about 50 people in here. So if I can't answer your question, I apologize. The goal is that I'm not married. Anyways, the goal is we're going to go through some lessons and stuff today. I do have a student who's here that's learning. So if I can get through the lessons, you can follow along. Say hello to Lena Sayers. Hi, Lena Sayers. Good to meet you, Grace. And then, so, geez, don't get me started, okay? I'm not ready there. Good, ready to learn is a good thing. Let's get back to that task on hand. So I'm a big person about analogies, and when I teach people how to fly, I teach with a lot of hopefully passion. But I've been teaching for a long time. But I teach a lot of analogies and stuff. If you haven't seen any of the videos that I have posted already on my channel, I recommend going to see those because there's a reason I'm the suckiest man alive. There's actually a reason behind it. What it takes to get to a pilot, that is a longer question for me to kind of answer for how to become a pilot. There's a little bit of investment and work to kind of be done with that. So age and health doesn't really matter. Eyesight can be corrected to 20/20 vision. As long as you can get a medical, which is a FA kind of basically way to kind of make sure that you're healthy enough. It's a little higher than your regular doctor. There's an FA examiner that kind of goes in place with that, but age doesn't really matter. I've got some students right now that are actually pushing 70, so nobody's really too old. Plus, you can actually buy a helicopter for $50,000 and just fly around and do a whole bunch of stuff. But kind of getting back before I get too far off my track, I've been flying for 20 years. I do a lot of analogies. I'm the suckiest man alive, and if I don't suck, gravity wins. That's just how it goes. Lift is a vacuum force. It sucks us up to the sky. And quite literally, if I do not do anything to suck myself up into the sky, I'll fall with gravity. So I am a prior Black Hawk pilot in the Army National Guard. So what does it take to become a helicopter pilot? Well, if you guys, it takes a little bit to become a helicopter pilot, including letting me take the lesson a little bit farther ahead. The training is kind of a important aspect of becoming a helicopter pilot. Right now, I'm actually teaching a person who's kind of in advanced maneuvers right now. And he's been a commercial pilot for a long time, but he's lost some of that basic knowledge for things. So getting trained to be a commercial pilot or getting to the commercial, it really depends on how quickly you want to learn the stuff and how quickly you want to do it. I was done flying, or I got I had 0 hours. I started, and I got 6 months later, I was completely able to start working as a helicopter pilot, as a flight instructor. So you can actually get it done in completely 6 months. So I will try to ignore you and everything else. For the most part, if I go through the lessons and stuff, if you're gifting anything, just understand, I probably don't understand TikTok all that much. I am brand new to this thing. Did not expect to get on here. That's an attempt at being a naval pilot. Actually, it's not. This is an civilian pilot and stuff. It's not a naval uniform at all. This is actually a civilian pilot. If you go to Las Vegas and you go on the Strip in a helicopter, or if you actually, better yet, if you go in flying Gordon Ramsay or Mark Zuckerberg, this is the uniform you're wearing. So it's not actually stolen valor, but thank you. So I went to Utah Valley University, and so it was Utah Valley State College when I started way back in the day. Started in 2004 and was done and working in 2005. So yeah, and by the way, also, like, this is my military wings and stuff, so I earned those. Flew Blackhawks for a while. I got plenty of stuff that proves that on my Instagram. I'm SF Helipilot on there if you guys want to see it. I don't even know if I can say that on TikTok, but whatever. I don't know anything about TikTok. But hopefully I can teach you guys a little bit about helicopters and how they work. And then, I know, I appreciate it, but people don't understand when they see different things exactly what's going on. It's not a Navy uniform, that's correct. It's a flight uniform. If I was a you know, 135 operator, which is what I do sometimes. So, but ultimately, the time that I have here, I've been working for a long time in the industry, so I'm trying to share the knowledge and stuff. I do have one student here, and he's going to kind of go through all the stuff that I need him to go through, because we're preparing essentially for him to fly solo. Max wind speeds, recommend not flying in 35 knots for sure. It's a little bit too bumpy. You're going to get tossed around, and it's not very comfortable to fly in the max wind speeds. So if you guys have not checked out this channel before, this is the book that you need to get. It's called the Helicopter Flying Handbook, and Bryce is awesome because he actually brings it. And this is the way you want to do it if you're ever falling through. Let's see if your page is there. It's not in here. Where is it?
It's the one right before it starts. It's the full one.
No, where's your notes?
The one right before the.
Oh. Okay, so this is how you want to deal with your books. Take some notes, so that way you can actually learn all that kind of stuff.
You can flip through the first little bit too. I have a bunch of stuff underlined.
This is how you want to deal with a thing. So everything else. If I don't get to your questions, I apologize because there's a lot of data to cover. I recommend this book. So Helicopter Flying Handbook. Take a screenshot if you can. Take notes if you can. All those kind of things, because there's quite a bit of information in here. This is an FAA book. There you go. It is actually free. It's a PDF online. You don't have to buy the copy that's actually published, but the published copy is actually really, really good. I don't know what these bigger classes are doing today. I don't know what happened. One of the videos blew up. I don't know what's going on. It's not necessarily easier to get the fixed wing license first, because the fixed wing license, there's a little bit of differences in how they go. If your goal is to be helicopters, be helicopters. And plus, you're not going to want to go back to fixed wing when you can actually fly a helicopter. You're going to want to go the opposite direction. You can land anywhere with a helicopter, so it's awesome. I've been all sorts of places. I have a quick joke for you guys before I start, since I got enough people here and everybody keeps distracting me from my lesson. So I don't like driving. My license plate says I'd rather be flying for obvious reasons, okay? So you know, there's quite a few people that I've driven around that seem to hang out in the left lane. And they're sitting in the left lane all the time, and they're not passing the people that are essentially in the right lane. And the left lane is typically for passing, okay? I'm an older guy, and there's actually state laws in certain areas and everything too. But I figured out why those people in the left lane are stuck in the left lane and not passing the right lane. Those people are stalkers. So here's why they're stalkers. If you're in the left lane for so long that you can see the color of the shirt of the person next to you, you're a stalker. So get out of the left lane, stalkers. Anyway, that's my funny joke. Can I start with everything? Anyways. Oh, good. I'm glad. I am just trying very hard to I got Jack Jones. Okay. I'll take that. I was trying to be slightly less dad and just funny in general, but that's okay. Bryce may actually end up answering some of those questions that I can't get to because there's so much information and there's a lot of stuff that I can cover. And I keep repeating certain things. The goal today is to go through these lessons, make it free for you guys to do it. Quite literally, I'm going to save you some money. If you were to typically go to a school, you're spending somewhere around $50 an hour just to get these lessons. And then I fly the Bell 206, and I just need to put a picture of everything I have on here. My page shows certain things. I think you can find some of that stuff. I am helicopter can I fly as a helicopter forklift certified? You're in a step in the right direction. So it's a little different. Okay, let's kind of start talking a little bit about helicopters and kind of how they work. You're going to be in a better position if you can understand how to control a drunk person. So if you have drunk friends and you've ever walked into the car, helicopter basically move like a drunk person when they're hovering. So a helicopter will kind of wobble And they'll totally sit there all day long, but when they start to lean, they start to move. So if you've controlled a drunk person and got them to the car, you're actually learning how to fly a helicopter a little bit with the hover. So we're going to go through what's the difference between hovering and basically the flying portion of actually flying. So one of the things that we talked about in the last class is basically called the pendular action. This is kind of like a black hole, little vacuum that we basically are using to suck ourselves up into the sky. We use Bernoulli's principle to actually create lift. Bernoulli's principle basically is a vacuum that we're creating. So we're creating a vacuum that's holding us up into the sky. And the helicopter acts like a pendulum, so it swings back and forth. And we talked about that in the last thing. When you're in a hover, you're kind of surrounded by this air that's kind of like a donut. And so you've got this big donut of air, and basically that donut is created by vortices, and those vortices kind of surround you. You kind of create your own little world inside those vortices. So when you're inside the vortices, you're going to get, we already talked about this in the last class, but you're going to essentially be hovering when you're inside the vortices for the most part. When you're close to the ground, you guys have to basically deal with my pictures, by the way. If you really want better pictures, get the book and go on YouTube to actually find some better pictures, because I'm really not great at pictures. But anyways, you'll get the point when I get there. When you're hovering, the vortices surround your helicopter and create like this donut around you. And actually the donut is kind of like a safe zone for the helicopter. The helicopter loves being inside this donut. When you're hovering above the ground, because that's what it's supposed to do, you got Newton's third law kind of pushing down against the ground, and you got the vacuum sucking up into the sky. So that Newton's third law, I'm not going to get that, it's okay. We showed that last class and stuff. Bryce was trying to show the pictures again, but I actually found a way to actually take the video that I have and turn it into a video that everybody can go and watch again. So I have to download it because it's like huge, because I was on there for like 3.5 hours the first night, 4 hours the night before. So I'm like really, really having a hard time. He says that, yeah, the military itself is not training as many pilots, but they're also not training them very well, because they're training them to be co-pilots and not actually flying the helicopter. So they're used to having somebody next to you or next to them, so they're actually not actually flying by themselves. So there's a problem with the way the military's kind of changed some things because of budgets and stuff. But getting back to this, okay. So when you're hovering, you're inside this little world, basically. The helicopter is essentially loving this little thing. There's a way that you can actually control the strength of the vacuum. We have to suck gravity. We have to suck enough. We have to suck enough to fight gravity. That's what I'm trying to say. We talked about in some of the previous lessons how much lift we actually have to create and how that lift is actually created. But we have to create enough lift or vacuum to suck us against gravity, or else we're going to fall. So you've got the collective that is part of the creation of the vacuum, and you have the throttle that's part of the creation of the vacuum. And we talked a little bit about that before. But the helicopter, when you're in a hover, it's pretty stationary. It does wobble. There's tons of video, and even Bryce was like, wow, it actually does wobble, and it just sits there, and we're not moving, but the helicopter kind of does this small little rock here and there. It's a drunk person. And so, but when it's in hover and it's surrounded by the vortices, it's pretty stationary, and it doesn't take a lot of force to actually move the helicopter. It's kind of like a hockey puck on an air hockey table. I just go and it starts to move. It's like no friction at all, because there's so much less friction because of Newton's third law. The helicopter loves to be in that actual hover. It also loves to fly or be outside of the hover, but it doesn't like the in-between. So when it comes to the helicopter, it's either going to be inside those vortices or outside, or it's going to struggle. And there's going to be a couple things that occur. When the helicopter starts to move, or if there's some wind, the wind or the movement of the helicopter will start to get a flow called a transverse flow that's going to come from the side. And it's going to start to blow the vortices into a different spot. So when you're in a hover, it's going to surrounding the whole thing. But when you're basically getting wind, it's kind of blown over to the side, kind of like that. The stronger the winds, the more that you're going to have some of this blade tips that are kind of spinning around exposed to free air, essentially. The tips themselves of the blade start to basically get out of the vortices. And the helicopter doesn't necessarily like that too much. It tries to push itself back into the vortices. It's kind of a funny child that's got a blanket on. It's like, I just don't want to do anything. Co-host, I cannot do that for now, sorry. I don't know anything about TikTok too much, so I can't really get too far into it. I'm not going to co-host much because I have lessons I'm trying to cover, so I apologize for whoever tried to co-host. I got like new things unlocked. Interesting. Okay. All right. So the helicopter likes to stay inside those things. So if the wind is pushing in this direction and kind of pushing against the helicopter actually just wants to travel with it. So it tries to do the best it can to stay inside of its little bubble that it's created for itself. So you kind of have to urge it out in order to get it to get out of the bubble. But there's a couple things that we talked about in last class. And let's see if Bryce can answer this question, and if somebody else in the chat can answer this question. We talked about the spinning blades. And we talked about something that happens because the blades are spinning really, really, really rapidly. And we got centrifugal force pulling out and everything else. So what happens when a force is applied here? Where's the force going to react?
Do you want me to type it or say it out loud?
You can type it or say it out loud, and if people can hear you. So when does the reaction happen? This is the force or something occurring. When is it? I just put my hand next to it.
90 degrees later.
90 degrees later. So the blades in this helicopter instance are turning counterclockwise. I love counterclockwise blades because they're actually pretty good. Because the American companies use them all, so it's good. But any force that's happening in a gyroscope, you're going to get that force 90 degrees later. So that's where the reaction is going to be. So here's the thing. When you've got part of the blades getting out of the vortices, you're getting a part of the blades that's actually getting more lift than the rest of the blades. So the helicopter is going to get some benefit from that, but also there's a gyroscopic precession. So the force that's going to happen, the helicopter is going to go up like this, and then it's going to kind of roll a little bit as well because it's hitting the wall. So the helicopter doesn't want to leave the little bubble that it's created. So when it starts to go up against that and starts to do it, it actually will try to go back into the bubble and tries to actually go into the its own vortices again. If there's a wind, if it starts here on this spot, the wind is kind of pushing everything else. The helicopter could end up over here. It could actually move because that's where the vortices end up. So the helicopter is essentially trying to stay inside the actual things. This occurs between, let's see, 16 and 24 knots are just before essentially we get to 16 and 24 knots. This is when we're getting basically a transverse flow that is actually interacting with the forward portion of the blade, or the forward portion of the blade disc. So when the helicopter is flying forward, it's getting a reaction. Geez, this is one of those things. You can't do this. I'm trying to get this there. It's holding in place. So if this is the reaction where the extra lift is happening, the reaction occurs here. So the helicopter pitches up and kind of rolls a little bit because of gyroscopic precession. Now, any flow that's coming from the outside, any movement of the helicopter is called a transverse flow. I don't spell very well, so sometimes I get these things, whatever. No, but also I also can't write very well, so just kind of know. But Bryce is bearing with me mostly. But transverse flow is essentially what's happening when you get any outside wind or any kind of movement of the helicopter. If the helicopter moves forward, or if there's a lot of wind coming in, you're starting to get transverse flow through the entire 90 degrees. It actually happens through that entire area, through the entire 90 degrees. It's partial at first until you get all the way out, and there's a lot of different things that happen through it. It starts off with you kind of getting outside of those vortices first, if that makes sense, canal rats. So, but this transverse flow has an effect. So there's a force that's acting, there's a reaction, so there's a transverse flow effect. So the transverse flow effect is something that, why do they scare you? Trying to stall on final, putting the nose, no. We're not stalling at all. I'm sorry, Danny. We're not stalling because those blades are actually not stalling. So the blades themselves are the thing that are producing lift, and I can land anywhere because those blades are not stalling. So if you're scared, come fly with me, and you won't be that scared anymore. I've been flying for a long time. Heavy D Sparks is joined? Holy crap, do you guys know who Heavy D Sparks is? Because that's insane if he's actually on here. You guys probably have seen his videos flying over Glamis. I actually made a video about him if he's still listening. It's kind of like a shout out to him a little bit. I'm in St. Louis area, so we're flying over there. So, Blackhawk owner, yeah, I know. So one of the things that's great about some of these TikTok people and everything else like that is all of these helicopter pilots are at least getting interest in there, but they're just showing off a little bit. I'm going to show you how to do it yourself. So I'm hoping that Heavy D Sparks starts to give lessons too. He can do this too. He can show you all those kind of things. And AI is not going to replace pilots for a long time. There's not a lot of background to actually do everything. I'm kind of curious what you have to do. What kind of curious when? I got to read that question just because it's a stall. Don't have to split seconds in order to correct. It's so that's a hard. I think that question is kind of odd because it's not actually the blades are spinning. A helicopter creates itself a vacuum by spinning its blades. There is a possibility that you can actually stall the blades, but it's more because you're asking the blades for too much, or there's basically too little wind over the surface and you're getting retreating blade stall. So there's actually not a lot of stall that you have to worry about as long as you don't ask the blades for too much, if that makes any sense, Sarah. So let me get on to it. You saw Heavy D Sparks on here. What the heck? I don't know how to even do a co-host kind of stuff. I kind of do want to. Heavy D Sparks, if you're there, just...
It's probably a fake account.
It probably is. I can't imagine the real guy actually seeing this or something.
Send an email.
That'd be interesting. Okay, let me get back to the lesson a little bit. So you get this transverse flow effect. This is essentially what's happening. When the helicopter gets to the edge of that vortices, the part of the blade in the front starts to poke out of the vortices. and that starts to make essentially this extra lift. There's a free lift force that's happening, and the reaction comes on later. So the helicopter goes up, and then it comes right back down into the little bubble that it's created. And it loves to stay in that side of the bubble. If you want to get out of the bubble, you actually kind of have to nudge it out. You have to kind of force it out. And if you don't force it out, the helicopter will just come up and just go right back into the bubble. Now, there's a tendency that when people actually encounter this, they try to encounter this because the helicopter starts to swing with the pendulum. They start to pull a little bit collective, because one of the things that happens is that the helicopter doesn't stay at the same altitude. It will go through this altitude, it will start to swing. Because it's losing some of that upward lift, it's now not fighting gravity the same, and it swings and comes lower. So the tendency is that when you get that transverse flow effect and you start to come down, people pull up on the collective. Well, if you're pulling up on the collective, you're increasing the vacuum. If the helicopter is tilted this way, it's sucking more this way. So you're not gonna fix the swing at all. You're just going to suck the helicopter away from the spot that you had. So when you're in the hover, the way to prevent this essentially is to manage the cyclic and basically keep the attitude of the aircraft under control. You sometimes have to fight the drunk person a little bit more, because if the drunk person is absolutely just inebriated and they're that I'm sure there's a couple people on here that probably do that. I don't drink, but I've been the guy who takes people to their houses and stuff. But the rocking and everything that's happening, that pendular action, can get worse, and you have to fight this transverse flow effect, because that transverse flow effect is happening from there. So when you're hovering in heavier winds, there's a part that blade keeps going in and out and in and out and in and out, and you're getting that force over and over again, but it's kind of actually doing it. I'm not going to rotate the frame. So it creates more work for you to control the drunk person. It's like this guy is getting extra tipsy. He's had 15,000 different drinks and stuff, and now he's a little harder to do. Here's my recommendation for anybody who is learning to fly or wants to learn how to fly. Most flight instructors do not actually know this, because I actually came across this on my own, and it was kind of a random event. I was teaching a person how to fly. He could actually hover in the first hour, and that was unheard of. Most people, if you ever ask a flight instructor, they're like, there's going to be 3 to 5, 6 hours before you actually hover proficiently. So he was a student that could only come in at night. And he was essentially going through the ground, and when we actually got to the flight, the first time he flew was at night. And he was hovering the helicopter. So we found out that the searchlight, or the landing light of the helicopter, actually helps to hover. And most instructors don't even think about taking their students out at night for the first flight. They're always thinking about during the day. Plus, they want to go home, they want families and everything else. Nighttime is actually the most valuable time for a pilot, because it's not just the thing that goes into your logbook, but it's also the thing that is quite literally less winds all the time. There's a lot less winds usually at night, because the air atmosphere kind of settles down. So I highly recommend, if you're learning how to fly, for the first time, you get your intro ride. The intro ride is just an introductory flight to kind of get you started. Once you're done your intro ride, that instructor should be giving you this kind of ground. If they're not giving this ground, just come over here. I'll teach you everything. And I can start from scratch for anybody who's actually interested. I can actually just, I'm focusing on Bryce right now because we're getting ready to fly. But I try to teach about 8 hours of ground to help people understand the dynamics of the aircraft. And that's a couple of things that I'm doing right now. But most instructors are just like, gung-ho, let's go fly again. And that's just going to waste a lot of time and money, because ultimately you're not getting the best understanding of how that helicopter operates. And if you're not flying at night, I will have a conversation with your instructor if you'd like, because that instructor needs to understand there's probably a better way to do it. So the winds, when the winds are 16 to 24 knots, when you get above 16 and 24 knots, we actually get what's called an effective translational lift. We actually can get out of the vortices, and the aircraft actually flies like an airplane at that point. And if you've already been fixed wing flying, it actually is super easy to fly a helicopter when it's flying through. My landings at night are butter. It's so quiet at night. There's not as much wind. There is not as much noise on the radio. You can actually see the lights of people flying a lot easier. Oh, it's so great. Night is the best. I have a video that's actually on my YouTube channel. Helicopter Pilots Suck is my YouTube channel. But I have a video on there that shows what the night flight's actually like and how it's going to be. So when Bryce actually takes his next flight, it's going to be only first at night. And most instructors will never do that. I'm pretty sure if there's any instructors that are out here, they probably confirm that most of their flight schools and stuff have no clue that this could actually benefit their students. They just try to, put them out on their stuff. So yeah, I love night flights. It's kind of the best way to do it. It just makes the drunk person a little bit quieter and easier to manage. And then you have better references to actually learn how to hover. Kind of what I said in the video is that landing light is kind of, I'm trying to fix my helicopter here. I try to be a good teacher and stuff. I've been teaching for a lot. Oh, sorry. Yeah. We're talking about transverse flow effect. That's the board. I'm sorry if I'm in the way. That's a good kind of way to do it. The landing light and searchlights of the helicopter kind of have a light that comes down the nose and onto the ground. And it actually creates a nice shape that you can actually determine what's happening. If the shape gets smaller, you're going forward. If the shape gets bigger, you're going backwards. So it takes as long as how quickly as you want to go through it. That took me 6 months to be able to start working. So does RC flight help augmenting learning curve so there are some things that the RC flight stuff doesn't really help you too much about, because it's the onboard computer of that RC that's actually making most of the controls. And you don't feel any G-forces, you don't feel anything that's actually happening in the helicopter. So I recommend at least getting a simulator instead of just doing RC stuff with an actual controls that are like a helicopter, because you can actually learn from Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm the first-time flyer starting this week. Excited, awesome. Where are you going to school? If it's a good school, I can recommend certain things. I'm trying to get actually students for other people, not for me specifically. So this is not a advertisement for me to work. I actually have a full-time job as a director of training at a bigger company, and I really am tired today. So I have students are fun. Yeah.
Don't look at me.
I gotta get Bryce. I'm looking at Bryce because he's. I'm here later because I gotta get that. I know. He's complaining anyway. Look. If I do go for pilot, look for definitely. I do have a helicopter, Zara 44, and we fly just around St. Louis. I wish I could be in San Francisco Bay again. I was in San Francisco Bay for 2 years. I loved it. I flew a lot of different stuff, and it's just amazing. Fort Worth, Texas. I don't know too much about it, but if you're starting to fly at all, just ask for a night flight for the first flight, and literally, if you are, when are you starting flying Powerline? 55 is not too old to start. It just depends on your goals and things, and there's a lot of jobs that would stop somebody from actually working for them, but you can work for yourself. You buy a helicopter, you can actually be your own job. Most of the companies started with just one person, and then they just built that kind of stuff. Most companies just have a rule as to when you can stop. I'm going to get back to this lesson here shortly, though, but how much does it cost? That's something I need to put on the board, because that was one thing everyone kept asking. The lessons are free for ground. I'm doing it all on here in YouTube. So it's free for the ground stuff. The flying portion is depending on what kind of helicopter you're using, but I'm using an R-44 helicopter. It's $650 an hour, and that includes me as an instructor or another instructor. That includes another instructor I train, so keep that in mind. But also the other thing is like you need about 60 hours in order to get a private pilot's license. And then you need about 150 hours to get a commercial license, and usually you need about 200 hours to actually get a job. So overall it's an investment, but there are student loans that are out there for people to actually get those. I had to get that. I'm in St. Louis area in downtown airport, so in Missouri. But what I've tried to do as well is I can try to find places that are close by if you can't get out to here. There are some really good schools in California, for instance. They have specialized aviation. But I'm going to get back to some lessons and stuff because these are all great questions and stuff. But the goal is to get some knowledge in your brains, if you can. So at 16 to 24 knots, or basically, let me get back to this a little bit. Your transverse flow effect occurs right below 16 to 24 knots. It's a variable because we actually can't control the angle of attack. Angle of attack is aerodynamic, so if the angle of attack changes on its own, it's going to make some kind of effect to our aircraft. And that's essentially what happens with this this blade kind of poking out of the vortices and stuff. So below, that's the correct way to do it. Below 16 to 24, you're going to hit that transverse flow effect. It happens right before effective translational lift. And you have to fight that the whole time you're hovering. If you have a lot of winds. If you have calm winds and stuff, it's usually not that hard to actually hover a helicopter because they have, if you have a lot of winds. If you have calm winds and stuff, it's usually not that hard to actually hover a helicopter because they have when it comes to hovering. So you guys can see, so the downwash is kind of going and swirling around the aircraft. As you get a little bit faster, your blades start to hit the edge of those vortices. So when it starts to get to a point where it's actually outside the vortices, now you're just a vacuum sucking yourself forward and up at the same time. So you're basically getting what's called an effective translational lift. And that occurs at 16 to 24 knots. So, thanks, Bryce. If you're following with this book, it'll kind of help with some of the things I'm trying to say. So the helicopter is basically getting, I gotta draw better. All right. I'm gonna make this a kind of little extreme and stuff. An airplane has a propeller like this. If I was to try to do that, I could suck really fast forward. The tilt rotor aircrafts kind of do the same thing. They actually can translate that upward suck to that forward suck. Anything that we're doing to move the aircraft in a direction, we're sucking. If we're sucking ourselves in the direction, we call that thrust. So we're creating essentially a thrust in the direction or a vacuum we're moving ourselves forward with. Airplanes do this essentially, but they actually fly with the air that's going over their wings instead, versus a helicopter has to spin the blades and keep that vacuum going. So when we're sucking ourselves forward though, that's where we're getting we're not really fighting gravity all that much. If my vacuum is completely, sideways kind of thing, I ain't fighting gravity at all. So if you ever watch the Red Bull helicopter, they need some altitude because they ain't fighting gravity like this. They're gonna fall. And that gravity is going to accelerate you to the ground until you hit it, unless you fix the vacuum and point it back up again. So when helicopters fly, they don't fly like an airplane. What they're doing is essentially flying with a tilt in their attitude, and we're sucking ourselves forward. And you've probably seen a lot of videos of helicopters doing that, just sucking themselves forward, essentially. But they have to fight gravity, and they have to fight that, or they have to suck forward as well. So we talked a little bit about this amount of lift that we have to create in one of the lessons before. Their goal for lift at all times is basically enough to fight gravity. I picked this number because this is the max gross weight of a Bell Long Ranger, L4 Long Ranger. So the max gross weight of the helicopter is going to typically be 4,450 pounds. I have to fight that all the time. I cannot beat gravity at all if I don't have enough suction to do that. So when I'm in a hover and I'm just sitting above the ground, I can create that flow. I have to basically create the vacuum myself. That's basically an induced flow. We talked a little bit about that in one of the lessons, but I'm fighting it with lifts directly up. So I'm creating enough lift that I'm fighting gravity. I'm just a little bit more lift than the actual weight. So that's how we can kind of move. If I want to move forward, I have to change something a little bit. I have to create a little bit more lift, or I have to create some thrust with that lift. So anytime I try to move forward, if I tilt the blade this way at all, I'm no longer fighting gravity straight up anymore. I'm actually producing a little bit of thrust in the direction that's going on. Thank you for that. I am saving any gifts for, I'm going to put those towards scholarships. I appreciate the actual help and everything, but any kind you're doing. So you're increasing the angle of attack, not just the blade. So what you have to increase a little bit of angle of attack by mechanically fixing the pitch angle, but you're not guaranteed to change angle of attack. Angle of attack is something that actually occurs by itself. It's weird. It's kind of a combination of a lot of different things. You actually don't control angle of attack. You control the pitch angle of the blades and things like that. So we actually have a problem if we're starting to produce some thrust. If I want to go faster, if I want to go really, really fast, I want to suck myself a lot forward and stuff. Let's say I want to take and do 40 pounds of thrust this way. So I'm moving a little bit faster. I'm sucking myself in that direction. I won't be able to answer most of your questions. Sorry, guys. Most of the time I'm trying to go through the lessons. If I don't catch your question, I apologize right now in advance. Just get the introductory fight, yes. So I apologize for somebody who asked the question for the start. I understand TikTok a little bit, but I'm not really great at it. really, really bad at it sometimes. I'll get goofier at the end, so my dad jokes get worse, I'm sure of it. Let's kind of get back to the lesson, because ultimately these are going to be recorded. I think we can do is just post these for you guys to review for some of this stuff. And there's some questions I'm going to answer basically with other posts and things too. Good, I'm glad. So I am going to create 20 pounds of thrust with this vacuum. I've tilted it a little bit. I'm going to suck myself a little bit forward. That takes away 40 pounds, excuse me. I can't read my own writing. So now that lift that we're creating, because lift is always up, isn't as much as it used to be. So what do I have to do in order to fix that, to actually create enough lift to fight gravity? I love aviation, and I just am trying to get all the knowledge out of my brain so that it's in the ether and somebody else can actually do it. So what do I have to do in order to actually fight gravity? Because gravity wins if I don't have any change in this. What do I need to do? Does anybody know what the answer would be? I'm going to get a drink while I'm waiting for a question. Pitch. I'm changing pitch. Okay, so I'm changing the pitch. So how am I changing pitch, LB Cho? This is not an endorsement for the drink, by the way. I go for the cheapest ones that give me the energy I need. So, cyclic is not essentially the thing. The cyclic is essentially directing the hose for the most part. The way I explained the cyclic in one of the previous lessons, you got a drunk person that's moving around. The cyclic is kind of like holding on the back of the shirt of the drunk person, and you're kind of moving the shirt to kind of control the attitude of the aircraft. When I use the cyclic, I'm kind of using it to kind of nudge the helicopter in the direction I want it to go. That's not increasing the pitch. What it's doing is it's tilting the rotor. That's what's causing this. So I have to add power in order to get this to get higher, essentially, or fight gravity. So adding powers, there's two different ways to add power. I have a throttle and I have a collective. So when I'm adding power, what kind of power is actually how do we actually want to do that? Are we going to change the RPM of the helicopter blades, or are we going to change the collective? Which one? Bryce, you can answer if you know.
You change the collective.
Change the collective. So we actually increase the pitch and stuff. The collective is actually, this is another reason why I don't think like a lot of AI and drones and everything else will actually get in there, because helicopters are actually simple machines. You can actually build a helicopter in your garage. But if you have the most, I love simple machines. You're laughing, Bryce. I love simple machines because everything can be mechanically linked to create the effect versus having a whole bunch of brains and balls and everything else like that. The collective is directly linked to the main rotor, and that actually changes the pitch. If you want to actually get a video of that, I can show the video collective changing the pitch blades and stuff. There's a lot of videos online for YouTube, and I highly recommend, if you get the Helicopter Flying Handbook, I totally wrote this wrong and I was whatever, but if you get the Helicopter Flying Handbook and then go to YouTube, those different things, you'll actually get a lot of information from just YouTubing stuff. Thanks for the follow. Thank you everybody that has been following. Again, I'm trying to just bring awareness to helicopter flights and get through that. The POH is just specifically usually the Pilot Operating Handbook. We don't like to use Sarah, just so you understand some acronyms that people don't understand yet. So the POH is for the Pilot Operating Handbooks, but that gives you a little bit of terms and stuff. So you got a good video of the...
Sort of. You can't really see the collective.
It's okay.
I couldn't find what the collective is.
So the helicopter, when you pull the collective up, it actually changes the pitch attitude of the blade. Now, there's no guarantee that when you're changing pitch of the blades that you're going to go up. I've seen a lot of videos that are just AI created or something that say, if you pull up on the collective, you're going to go up. That's actually not true. You pull up on the collective and you hope that you go up. You hope really, 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 really that you go up, but you're not actually guaranteed to go up, because sometimes when you pull up on the collective, you can get into something called settling with power, and that's something we're going to talk about a little bit later. So, but getting back to this, so I pull up on the collective. If I pull up on the collective, I'm changing the pitch of the blades. That's hopefully giving me the angle of attack. I always say hope, because the angle of attack, again, is not something I control. It's an aerodynamic force. But I'm hoping that I can create an angle of attack that's greater to produce more. Because what I'm essentially trying to do now, I have to get 40 more in there. So my goal now is no longer that extra stuff. We now have to do 40 more. So that way we can fight gravity with 52 pounds of lift and 40 pounds of thrust. I'm fighting gravity with that upward lift. So now I have to create 4,492 pounds of lift. It's the only way to do that, because I can't change area of the blades. I'm not going to change the velocity of the actual rotor disc and stuff because that's a constant rate RPM. And I can't change the density of air because that's actually the density of whatever fluid I'm actually in. That's, you know, so the only thing I can increase at this point is the coefficient of lift, which is the angle of attack. So I pull up on the collective and I'm hoping that I create an angle of attack that pulls me forward and fights gravity at the same time. So helicopters are constantly fighting gravity by sucking themselves up into the sky and sucking themselves forward. And if I don't have enough lift upward, I'm going to fall. So if you ever watch videos of the Red Bull helicopters and things like that doing the tricks, they can do flips and stuff like this. They can go all over the place, but they're not fighting gravity. But gravity is an acceleration force. So there's a little bit of time that they can use to get that trick out of the way before hitting the ground. So gravity does this and falls faster. So it doesn't, I wish I could just drop this. No, I'm not, anyway. I can't, if I do, it'll go too fast. Gravity accelerates you 9.8 meters per second squared, or per second, 9.8 meters squared. Yeah. So it just basically just falls, but it accelerates. And it doesn't fall fast at first, but it falls there. So if you can get all the maneuver done before you get hit in the ground, that's essentially what the Red Bull helicopters are doing. They start off with a higher altitude and they just tilt and everything else. Do the rotors move, or pitch is used to change the angle of attack? The rotors are spinning, and then when you pull up on the collective, you're changing the pitch attitude, or the pitch of the blades themselves, and that's hopefully changing the angle of attack. So it's a rotating blade. That's why we call it a rotor wing. We are rotating the blades. So to create lift, we're just a big old gigantic vacuum cleaner. And if I put a hose around here, like I've said many times, sucking forward. Here's another reason I also repeat a lot of things. If I repeat a lot of things, you'll hear it twice, and there's a law of repetition. So helicopters suck. There you go. You heard it a million times now. But I love the idea of things. It's a constant speed prop on a fixed wing, but in a rotor. That's correct. So we're changing just the pitch of the blade in order to get the outcome. So the RPM of the main rotor is usually about 450 feet per minute, and it just stays there. And we fly with that same RPM the whole entire time. I know everybody says beat the air in submission, but I like to just say we're just sucking all the air through the rotor system. I have beating the air in submission is probably, it's true, but it's a vacuum more. It's sucking itself up into the sky. Nobody wants to say helicopter pilots suck except me. So, so now let's say we want to go a little faster. So now let's say we want to get a little bit more. I want to go 100 pounds this time. So now I'm going to add another 100 pounds to what I have to create. Wait, that's
another 60.
Wrong. Huh?
Another 60.
Another 60?
Yeah, you already added 40.
Okay. So I'm going to do the math to there. I need to do the math for that. I still need to do the same lift. That's the only thing. I have to do the same lift. So 4, 5, 5, 2. To get that, I have to get that much suction thrust that way. It's been a long day. I had a 9-hour day. This is the end of my day. Just so you know.
I've been here since 6:30.
You got here 6. Okay, Bryce has beat me.
Every morning.
But he doesn't do anything today. No.
All right.
Anyway. But the goal now, we have to actually create enough thrust to do it and enough lift to still fight gravity. We're always still having to fight the same gravity. So we always, no matter what's happening. But to do this much thrust, to suck ourselves forward that fast, we have to get that rotor even more at an angle. So now we're tilting even extremely more in order to do that. And you've probably seen, if you go to videos of, there's a Chinook taking off from a lake that's sucking itself, or not lake, but it's trying to pull something. It's a picture. I would show you on my phone. Okay, so where does torque come into this? This is great. This is a great question because I was going to get to that. So when you increase pitch, what's going to happen? If you increase pitch, no matter what, if it's a fixed rotor system or a constant speed rotor system, what's going to happen to torque? Do you know, or are you just?
How do you spell snook?
Oh, anyways, if I want to go, the torque increases. Yeah, so the torque is going to actually need to increase because anytime you change the pitch angle of the blade, there's a lot more drag. And soon you're trying to put a 2x4 through the air, and then so there's a lot more drag that goes involved. This is good. There's not as much drag. But anytime I change the pitch of the blades, I'm creating more drag in the system. So the engine has to work harder. So now the engine has a limit to it. It cannot pull a ton of torque in order to create this goal that I have. So the engine itself, and I got a Rolls-Royce. So I'm a pimpin' guy. I don't know if they use pimpin' anymore. Anyway, my helicopter, the Bell 206, has a Rolls-Royce engine, and it's a really strong engine for the weight that it actually does. So you increase torque. You don't increase a little bit of drag, though, because you're actually getting what's called the parasitic drag the faster you're going. So you do actually have problems with trying to go faster, and I'll get to those in a second when it comes to the three types of drags and stuff that are happening. But I'm trying to create this goal because I have to have this much thrust, this much lift. Combined together, I have to create this much suction. I have to suck myself that hard. Somebody do not do some stupid, like, I'm afraid of when I say helicopter pilots suck that somebody's going to come out there with some kind of, like, weird ass stuff that people, sorry, ass is probably something like, don't do it, okay? Just don't. Anyway, I just have this feeling, you know. I say a lot of things about sucking, and that's the problem. So don't. But helicopter pilots are vacuums, and vacuums suck. So that's where we're getting to. So yeah. Anyway, so I have to create a bigger coefficient of lift in order to do that. Now that's a collective pitch, and I'm hoping that the angle of attack is going to be big enough for me to actually do that. But the engine is not able to produce all the power in the world. I can't just pull up on the collective and just hope that I can continuously. Thrust meaning what exactly? I'm sorry you just joined. Okay. Thrust is a vacuum. It's caused by Bernoulli's principle. Like 70% of thrust is actually caused by Bernoulli's principle. And it's a vacuum. So anytime you are pointing the vacuum up, it creates its lift because you're fighting gravity. Anytime you tilt that and create a little bit of thrust in any direction, then you're sucking yourself a little bit in that direction, and it's called thrust. You do get a little bit of push from Newton's third law. So there's a combination of Newton's third law and Bernoulli's principle that creates that thrust. Does that answer the question, whatever? Collective increases the pitch of the blade only. It's a mechanical linkage. When I pull up on the collective, it changes the pitch, which hopefully changes an angle of attack. When I increase the angle of attack, then I'm increasing thrust. Do you know the coefficient of lift? Collective is basically a mechanical linkage. Let me see that video again, maybe. Did you miss the video that I was showing the collective pitch of the blades? It's a constant rotor RPM, and you're changing the pitch attitude or the pitch of the blades themselves, so they're twisting. So pitch is essentially what we call the twisting of the blades. And so right now that you can see that mechanical linkage is changing the blades themselves. So the helicopter actually flies by changing the angle of the blades, which is called pitch. I hope that makes some sense. I know that's these are all kind of tough concepts, so that's why I'm trying to break certain things down. I do have other videos and stuff that are out there that hopefully will explain that as well. So if you haven't seen some of the other stuff that are out there or anything, I'm going to try to post those anyways. So now I'm asking the engine for a ton of basically pitch angle. So there's going to be a lot of drag that's involved. And I'm asking the engine for possibly something that it cannot deliver. I'm basically redlining the helicopter to try to suck forward with a lot of thrust to pull myself in the, you know, kind of forward and faster. So there's actually limitations on the helicopter. I want to help you guys understand that limits on the helicopter are there so that you can fly longer. They are not there because they're limiting your ability to do something. The manufacturer wants those things to last longer for you because they're marketing essentially that helicopter to last a certain number of years or a certain number of hours and things like that. So the limitations on the aircraft are actually there so that you can fly longer. If I asked for, so let's say I was basically, when I was doing 40 thrust, I was at 100% torque on the engine. So I'm at 100% torque on the engine. If I wanted to go, 60 pounds more, now I'm asking the engine, I'm going 125% torque. Now I'm braking the engine and the transmission because there's so much that's spinning and going faster and there's so much essentially happening. Now we have to have an inspection. And if I go beyond 125 torque, I end up having to actually replace the whole entire rotor system. If you guys are not aware, there's a lot involved with the mechanics side, and the aviation industry is very, very, very well maintained. It's better than your car. The cars that you're driving on the road, I guarantee you're probably not looking at the fluids like we are when we're going into the helicopter. They're actually a lot safer than driving in the car. When the maintenance is done, the inspections are very, very thorough. And this is actually something that if I, as a pilot, were to break the aircraft, the mechanics are obligated to ground the aircraft and make it so that I can't fly that aircraft again. And so the mechanics will go through and they'll investigate if that basically broke anything on the aircraft, because there are structural limits. There are things that are spinning in that helicopter that could break over time. And if I am increasing that much torque and asking the engine for so much power, I redlined it. So what happens if you redline a Ferrari?
It sounds cool.
Sounds cool if you redline. Okay, well, what happens if you hold it for too long? If you hold that Ferrari at a rev for, the redlining, it breaks at some point. It'll blow up. Yep.
Get a piston head out the hood.
Yeah. So when increased forward speed, doesn't half of the blades spin? No. Okay. Oh, geez. It sounds really expensive. It is way more expensive than most people realize. This is why it's so hard to teach people how to fly helicopters in some cases, because it's expensive to maintain. And if the flight school is continuously having accidents, or if they're continuously having any over torques or anything like that, it costs a lot. And then they're putting that onto the students. So there's a little bit of sneak behind the things. When I increase forward speed, half the blade spinning does move backwards and have an effect. Okay, this is called basically when it's starting to move forward. And we talked about this in a different video or last video and stuff. You get what's called a dissymmetry of lift. So it's the difference. Can you pull up a video of just a boat going in water, or basically a boat going upstream or downstream? Maybe that'll help. Bryce is really helpful for this kind of stuff. But I love using YouTube for this stuff. There's so much stuff that you can actually learn from YouTube. I can't recommend a school yet. The reason why is because I'd have to vet those people. before I give them to you, if that makes sense. That flight school, I have nothing about those flight schools. I don't know those flight schools at all. If I recommend a flight school that's bad to you, that's going to be bad for you, right? So if I try to know those people and get to know those people, there's some flight schools out there that I would recommend. Utah Helicopters is a great helicopter company. Specialized Aviation is a great helicopter company. I don't know much about the South stuff as far as where those are. So most helicopter pilots are actually now being trained in the civilian side. You'd be surprised that most people are getting student loans when they're young and going through the entire process. And actually most of the helicopter pilots nowadays are actually civilian trained. They were trained by another flight school. So are most helicopter pilots yeah, so
Most everything I'm finding is a shipwreck or like ships in really, really choppy water.
okay.
I'm
I'm gonna find a
sailing yacht.
I know it's not really.
Areas.
So if you guys can imagine when somebody's going into the symmetry of lift, I'm gonna have to use the small part of my board down here. Hopefully you guys can see it. You have one blade that is advancing into the airflow or the movement of the helicopter. So let's say the wind is going this way. One is advancing into the wind and one is going against the wind. I actually have a video, but I don't know if I can find it. Because I actually was doing some graphics when I was this was like 10 years ago. I'll see if I can find that kind of thing. But one is going into the wind, so it's going into the stream, and the other one is going with the stream. So that's affecting the velocity of the airflow over the blades. So the airflow velocity over the blades is what matters. So when you have a dissymmetry of lift, the blades actually have to individually create the total lift that we're trying to do. So the blades are actually creating this much lift. They're sharing the load, and basically each individual blade is creating this amount of lift or this amount of thrust. So it's all about mechanical and aerodynamic management. It's all about fixing a drunk person. I always look at it from the standpoint, if you fix an attitude of the aircraft, you're fixing the aircraft the way it is. And you're not actually physically really able to guarantee that when you move the mechanical stuff, you're getting what you want. There's a lot of aerodynamics that occur that if you are going up to like a high mountain and stuff, if the wind is coming over that mountain and pushing down, it's fighting you and it's basically pushing you down towards the ground. So it's helping gravity. But there's times the air is coming up and actually helping you, and you're fighting that. So aerodynamic management is kind of like a hope that it's working the way you want it. But we're basically, in most cases, just controlling an attitude of an aircraft. We're trying to get the aircraft in a hover that is drunk to the destination we want. And if it can go backwards and forward in any direction you want. And when we're flying, we're just keeping the attitude of the aircraft so that it's flying forward.
You want the picture of the
The symmetry lift?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a great picture though, because it's better in a video now. It's okay. There's a ton of videos out there, and I actually need to try to make more of that kind of stuff. But ultimately, there's a lot of cool science videos out there that are actually better than whatever I could produce, because like Cambridge actually shows the airflow over the blades, and they do some really cool smokes and stuff. Taking off and landing into the wind. I love this. I love this. I love this. I can take off and land into whatever direction I want. Landing into the wind is easier. It requires less power. It's easier to actually control the aircraft. I don't ever have to climb to land with a crosswind. You've seen all these airplanes that are landing with a crosswind, and it's like, I got, whatever. I never have to worry about that. Loss of terror effectiveness, I'll talk about that later in a little bit. I'll talk about loss of terror effectiveness. But landing and taking off into the wind, I can land with a tailwind and have no issues because the vacuum itself is essentially up. And I'll get to the LTE because that's part of the problem with it. But ultimately, because actually, before I talk about LTE, though, I'll have to talk about settling with power, or basically vortex ring state. So we'll get to that. Did I gain? I don't know. Yeah. Asymmetric lift. Theoretical limit for forward. Yes, there is a theoretical limit for forward speed. That's called a retreating blade stall point, which is basically a velocity never to exceed. We can't go very fast because at some point the water in the blades are moving together. So you're not getting any airflow at all over the rotor, so the velocity becomes zero. And if the velocity of the wind goes to zero, that blade is no longer creating lift, and that becomes a problem. So, somebody had mentioned, did that make any sense about the forward side of things? I know the question's kind of far. What happens when you occur icing? Okay, I'm going to just answer that real question. Icing conditions essentially breaks down this area of the blade. So when the blades themselves start to gain ice on top of them, you're no longer having the same area of that blade to use to create lift. So now, how do you fix that? You have to add more collective and actually add the more pitch and add more torque and then add more, hopefully get more area, angle of attack. But there's a lot of different types of ice that are out there. So ultimately, icing is reducing the area of the blade that is producing lift, if that makes some sense.
I can still hear you.
I know. I love the lift equation, and it's basically the same thing as the thrust equation. The lift equation is what I've used for many years to explain all of the crazy parts of everything. The icing occurs on the top of the blade typically because when there's a negative pressure, it actually freezes faster. So the icing actually is on the top of the blades. That I love the lift equation. I don't think enough flight instructors actually talk about the lift equation. If the instructor that you're looking for does not know what the lift equation is by heart, get a different instructor. Have them talk to me. So I know, but the thing is, it pays off, Jason, really well, and the adventure is great. You can go a lot of different places. It's an investment just like becoming a doctor, but it's way more fun. I've flown Zuckerberg and his wife, and I flew Gordon Ramsay, which is awesome, Destin from Smarter Every Day. There's a lot of really cool people I've met in this industry, because when you're flying a helicopter and doing essentially the job as a captain, which is what I do, you get to go in a lot of cool places. How is it to transition from fixed to helicopters is a little easier because once you know the airspace, helicopters, when they're flying outside of effective translational lift, or basically outside the vortices, when we're basically above effective translational lift, is great above the outside the vortices, they fly like fixed wing. So if you fly fixed wing already, you can fly a helicopter and land it just like an airplane without trying to hover. But it's a little harder because we don't have wheels. We end up having skids. So you could land a helicopter the same way you land an airplane. You could go fast and then just and land on the ground like a fixed wing. But we don't need to because we actually can hover. So that's one of the reasons I love hovering. Does the lift equation change at high descending altitudes? Yes, it does. Because this part right here, you're getting ahead of my stories. But this is basically what's going to happen. This little rho, R-H-O, rho, this little P that I was making is actually going to get decreased as you get higher in altitude. So basically air density gets smaller. So if the air density is getting tiny, 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 what do I have to do in order to actually basically fight gravity at that point? I can't change area of the blades because the blades are basically, they don't stretch, they don't get wider, they don't get any bigger. So The only thing I can change is this coefficient of lift. So I have to increase pitch. And so now it's requiring more torque. Now it's hopefully creating enough lift to actually do everything and everything. It's okay. No apologies at all. I have another person's helicopter that I'm using because honestly, it's expensive and I'd rather use somebody else's helicopter to do everything I want to do. When you do helicopter flying and stuff, it's not just about having a helicopter or a pilot. You also have to have really good maintenance. So I have a really good team here in St. Louis that helps me to do everything for the most part. So I am working with a couple other pilots in order to do that stuff. So if you have wind, it's always better. Wind is always better. It doesn't matter which direction the wind is going, except for there's a couple of dangers if it's coming from kind of the rear side and the other side. I'll have to talk about some LTE in a second, but when you have any wind at all, it increases lift. So if you have wind is like the free lift, and helicopter pilots love it because as soon as we get above trees, we're like, wow, we can go up to the sky really fast. So it's a transverse flow. Wind is basically a transverse flow. It can help us if it's across this way, and it can help us if it's coming this way. It doesn't help us if it's coming this way, King, if that makes any sense. Because if it's coming down this way, it's pushing with gravity and helping gravity, and that makes it harder for us. But wind, for the most part, helps us a lot, and it's actually really, really good. I've done so many auto rotations today. I don't know how many I did. I did like 5 auto rotations today. So I do auto rotations all the time. That's one of the things I love about helicopters. They're like parachutes and auto rotations, but that's way too far ahead of things. Ground effect helps a lot because when you get closer to the ground, you get Newton's third law of benefit, and basically it's now like a little hockey puck and hovering with the air, like an air hockey table. So ground effect actually is really, really good for a helicopter because we're just pushing a lot on the ground and the helicopter goes up. Newton's third law. Okay. I got so far into this that I was talking about something else. I want to talk about, if you don't mind, I would love to talk about a vortex ring state. A little bit. Can I do that? Are you guys do? Okay. Can I? All right. Because this will talk about LTE, somebody asked about earlier. Let's go to the basic lift thing that we're trying to do. This is how much lift our goal is. Let's make our density a little bit bigger so we have better density. So you're very welcome. I am trying to do everything. If you guys are listening to this, this actually counts towards credit for actual classes. This is actually the college course. I'm doing this for free because we're running out of pilots. So if you guys need this to be credited towards your stuff, I have a certificate that allows me to sign a logbook that gets credit towards that kind of stuff. No idea how far into lesson you are about, and how long have I been doing this for? An hour and 20 minutes. So I've been trying to get very far into it. Let me get to that later. Whatever, as far as a private pilot's license and stuff. That's the best way to start. You really need a private pilot's license first, and then really start making some friends with people in the industry so you can actually ride along with other people and possibly get the commercial license for free if you get the right people. I'm going to talk a little bit, though, with... awesome, great. I'm going to talk about... I need a drink now. Not that kind of drink. I don't drink. There's no reason to drink in aviation. I'm cracking something. No,
I think I'm going to order a pizza.
Really? I'm not hungry. Well, that'd be hard. You can do whatever you want. Okay. I want to talk about settling with power, or vortex ring state stuff. Oh, thank you. Not all of the blade actually creates lift. There's a section of the blade itself that does not create lift at all. The blades have a lot of cool designs and stuff, but not all of the actual rotor disc that's spinning does, actually create lift. So not all of this actually creates lift. There's a couple of portions really close right there. There's a whole bunch of mechanical stuff. The mechanical stuff does not create lift. So the helicopter has an area that essentially has got a hole in the center of it. The vacuum kind of has a hole in the center. And that area is the mast of the helicopter blades and the rotor hub and basically the root of those blades themselves. So this area right here is kind of what we call a stall area. There's not a lot of things that are happening except it's basically all the mechanical moving parts that help the blade. So the blades are creating lift in kind of a fashion. It kind of looks like this. And they're getting more lift on the ends than they are in the center. Now this is a helicopter, so it's a vacuum, right? So the air is getting sucked into the rotor system. So the air gets sucked down through the rotor system, just like this. And then if you're in a hover, you're going to have these vortices that are created because that negative pressure that you're creating above has a positive pressure below, and this universe likes to equalize. And so ultimately that air is traveling back through. So there's your vacuum, essentially, that's happening. When you're in a hover, there's a danger that can happen when you start to descend too fast. If the helicopter starts to descend too quickly, we can get into something that's called settling with power. You have power, you have torque in there, you have your pitch in the blades, and then ultimately you're still coming down to the ground because gravity is still winning. So you're getting what's called settling with power. School is in St. Louis, Missouri, a downtown airport. So there's a problem when you're descending fast. If you're not fighting gravity effectiveness, I feel like I'm freaking Evan from. Somebody trying to. Yeah. I can't speak right now. Okay. If you don't fight gravity effectively, gravity wins. It just happens. So if you don't create enough lift, you're going to start descending. The faster you descend, the faster the air flows from below up towards the helicopter. Now the airflow flows through that little area that is actually not creating any lift. So that little hole essentially gets plugged by all the air that's coming up through the rotor system. So when you start to have that, if you start to descend too fast, and this video, you can pull up that helicopter with the vortices, because that's actually a good video for it. The one that you were showing before. I'm going to show you a video for it. The tuition, it varies for a lot of different things. The goal for me is to make this is free ground training to get you kind of ready for a lot of different things. But the other thing is to kind of do it. Just hold on to it for a second. Because the video that I'm going to show you is online, it's on YouTube, and it's a good video for it. And I'm just going to kind of explain what's happening in this thing. So when you're falling down a little bit when you're hovering, if you're falling too fast, these outer vortices are spinning on the outside. But this airflow has to go somewhere, so it starts to mix with the friends that are in here and starting to create another set of vortices. And this is called the vortex ring state. So now you have an opposite flow or a different flow that's happening to the actual rotor system or the flow that's happening. We're losing area of the blades. Does anybody know why a high diver throws a rock before they jump into the water? Does anybody know why a high diver jumps and puts surface tension? Thank you. So they're breaking the surface tension of that water before they actually go in. So if you were to fall from a high altitude or anything else like that and hit the water at a very high speed, you're going to break legs. It's like a concrete block and stuff. So when you're throwing that rock in, you're disturbing the water and breaking the surface tension, okay? When you create these vortices inside this vortex ring state, it's like disrupting the water and basically creating that, or getting rid of some of that surface tension. And now the helicopter can freely fall towards the earth. And you can accelerate so fast that you can actually exceed terminal velocity. Has anybody watched Godzilla -1? What is that? So you can see how strong the wind is. You really can't see wind, but you can feel it sometimes. But that's a lot of different things to get into. Has anybody seen Godzilla -1? Actually, that may be a better way to do it. No, it's 9.8 meters per second for the rate of descent and stuff. But Godzilla -1 actually has brilliant plan to destroy Godzilla. And if you haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it too much. But I recommend that you actually watch that, because that's actually cool science. Because what it is actually showing what happens when you break the surface tension with the water. And Godzilla didn't just like descend, he like descended like really fast. I don't know if I can show this video because it's not my, I don't know. Does anybody know if I get in trouble if I show Godzilla -1 plan? Have you seen it? You haven't seen it?
We've had this conversation before.
My student needs to watch Godzilla -1. At least the point, it's the smartest way to destroy or to beat Godzilla. Like, honestly, the best way to do it. I know if I ask ChatGPT, they're wrong half the time. ChatGPT is computers kind of stuff. But you do fall at 9.8 meters per second. You go faster and faster. Need to obtain the right. Thank you very much. I'm not going to show that stuff. So anyway, I recommend that you watch the... so what happens, that's a great way. The design was to capture Godzilla with this kind of apparatus with some air in it and basically release that air, and that release of the air released this or broke apart the surface tension of the water, so Godzilla just goes boom right down to the bottom very rapidly. It's the same thing that they think about what happened at the Bermuda Triangle. They think that air bubbles came under the ships and they just sank instantly. So when you have vortex ring state, it is like that air bubble around Godzilla, and it's like breaking the surface tension of the water. And what's going to happen is that you're going to fall because gravity is going to win, and you're going to go faster than even the regular fall that we have. It just falling if we were to jump out of that helicopter, because we're actually creating essentially no drag, and we're cutting a hole in the sky, and it's actually just falling super fast. So settling with power is the initial start of the fall, and we actually want to avoid settling with power, and so that we don't get into vortex ring state. Because if we get into vortex ring state, it is insane how fast you can actually fall. You'll scream like a rocket to the ground. And so settling with power occurs when the airflow starts to come up too fast. Does anybody know the parameters of settling with power? My YouTube channel is Helicopter Pilots Suck. Because if we don't suck, gravity wins. But it happened to you with skydiving? Yeah, it's scary when those things happen. When you actually get into settling with power, you fall fast, and it's not good. And your gravity's gonna kick your butt when you hit the ground very fast. So, can anybody tell me the parameters for settling with power? How fast do you have to go down? everybody in this chat probably doesn't understand what you're talking about, but yes, slightly correct. So I just like to say it in simple terms. KPVM, you got the hardest name. You got to come up with the big words, and you get a name that's so hard to actually do. Anyways, I try to be simple, and basically it's a Godzilla -1 your second, really quick in there. All right, so anybody, 300 feet per minute, thank you, awesome. I was trying to take a break, so I know everybody wants to keep going, but I need a breather. Exactly, it's exactly. When the ships sink, because the air comes underneath it, it just poop, and just, you go. So 300 feet per minute. When you get to a greater than 300 feet per minute, basically airflow, you start getting into what's called settling with power. And just prior to that, settling with power is where you want to recover. If you don't get to that, if you don't recover, you lose altitude quickly. This happens when you're in a hover. So this does not happen when you're outside of a hover. This only happens when you're in a hover. So the parameters, you have to have at least greater than 300 feet per minute. You have to be less than effective translational lift. So less than basically 16 to 24 knots. And again, that's aerodynamic. It's not really something we control. It's kind of a variable. If you're inside your vortices and stuff, it can change. And then you have to have power applied, because you have to actually create the vacuum itself. So when that vacuum is created, the vortices are created as well. And that allows that settling power to kind of occur. So you have to create the vacuum. So you have to actually create a vacuum. If you don't create a vacuum, then you don't create vortices. So better example is when, I don't understand, LB what you're saying, but we try to avoid this at all costs, and everything that we're doing in our entire lives as helicopter pilots is avoiding this situation. We don't want to descend too fast and hover. You can get into settling of power at a high altitude or right next to the ground. It does not matter when it occurs. It just depends on how fast you do. So if you just dump the collective and then fall for a little bit and then pull collective, then you can get settling with power, even close to the ground. You can actually get settling with power sideways. You can actually get the vortices, or not just sideways, but basically from an area. You can be like this, pushing the vortices, or sucking essentially this way, getting the vortices here, and you can actually fall into those vortices and get settling with power sideways. So now I'm going to talk about loss of terror effectiveness, because somebody actually talked about that. It's not the same as an auto rotation. I'll get to the auto rotation in a little bit. It's not a common situation because we actually avoid it. We avoid it. It's common if we don't plan ahead, and if we can basically do something. There's a lot of videos. I got a video that's actually going to show this settling with power a little bit. The best book to start is the Helicopter Flying Handbook. The best videos are going to be a lot of videos out there. There's a ton. But I'm going to show the settling with power. So this is the Vortex ring state. It's actually one of the best videos that are out there. I don't know if you guys can see it okay. Jeez. I'm trying not to. All right, so this helicopter essentially has some water spraying, so you can actually see the vortices themselves. You can actually see that spiral that's going on. So this is one of the best videos out there. And yeah, it's a free book for the PDF. So you can see those vortices. Look in the inside just a little bit. You see how that opposite direction started to occur? That's that vortex ring state. So if you look at it nice and close, and they're doing this and trying to kind of recover, look on the inside of that blade as well as just that spin. See that vacuum that's creating those vortices? when it starts to get in, look just right next to the blades of the helicopter. See that extra thing? So that's one of the best videos out there. I can't reproduce that. It's just so good, and they use essentially things. There are certain videos out there that I can't recommend enough because they're just so great. But you can learn everything on YouTube, in the books for free. If you're paying for ground school, it's kind of a scam nowadays. Just so you guys understand that a little bit. But we can get vortex ring state going sideways. And the tail rotor, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Is there any questions I could answer before I get too far involved with everything? Will the crosswind cause you to have less ground effect? No, the crosswind does not have me cause less ground effect because we're actually producing most of the ground effect. And if it's a great enough wind, it actually helps us to fight gravity because we can get a lot more transverse flow. That's the benefit of a helicopter. I can hover and it doesn't matter where the wind is coming from. I'm getting benefits from the wind. But there are things that can affect us because we actually have to fight stuff. I'm posting the lessons probably on YouTube. I don't know if I can post 3 hours on here. So the rotor is actually, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the direction of the disc, which is the vacuum itself. So we're tilting the actual disc and trying to kind of control where the hose is kind of going. So when we're controlling a helicopter, we're controlling the helicopter by tilting the whole thing. When we talk about the blade spinning, when it's spinning really, really fast, it kind of looks like a big circle or a big disc, essentially. So now I'm going to talk about the tail rotor. That's the reason we're there. The only reason a tail rotor exists is to fight torque. It's fighting the torque effect. So the tail rotor is the other controls that are happening. We have 3 controls of the aircraft. The cyclic is like holding onto the shirt of the person and kind of controlling the attitude of the aircraft. And the collective is creating the strength of the vacuum with the throttle involved and everything else. The pedals are counteracting the torque effect that's happening. So keep having them watch these videos and everything else. So counterclockwise rotating blades is kind of what I like to have. I stick to those because I can get all my parts from the American people. But blades is kind of what I like to have. I stick to those because I can get all my parts from the American people. But that's MC Buddha. The helicopter is basically going to have the blades spinning. There's a Newton's third law, equal and opposite reaction. So if the blades are going that way, the helicopter wants to spin this way. The tail rotor is solely there to counteract that torque effect that's happening. So the tail rotor is creating thrust to basically suck the helicopter to to basically fight the gravity. So the tail rotor is either increasing that vacuum or letting the vacuum letting the torque win. So when you're turning to the right, or if your nose is starting to turn to the right, we're actually letting torque win. So the torque is making the helicopter turn to the right. We're actually just letting torque win at that point. We actually have to hold left pedal in to fight torque and fight torque and fight torque and fight torque and everything all the time until if we want to turn to the right, then we let torque win. So when it's turning to the right, torque is winning. If we're turning left, we're fighting torque. So hopefully that makes sense, MC Buddha. The torque, or the right pedal actually allows torque effect to occur. And the left pedal actually fights the torque. So the left pedal, when we push it forward, compared to the, push one pedal forward, then you're fighting torque. So when you're hovering, we're hovering with a little left pedal all in to fight torque the whole time. And we're basically having to put more torque in there depending on how the winds are, and sometimes less of the anti-torque in order to fight that. Combating more torque, you consider other than, is there any consideration for combating more torque you consider other than your pedals? There's only one way to fight torque in this kind of a system that's got one blade or one rotor system, and that's the tail rotor. If you have two blades or two rotor systems like a Chinook, then you're fighting torque effect with those because the blades are going opposite of each other. And there's a K-Max helicopter that's out there. The benefit of those is that there's no power that's required for the actual tail rotor, because there actually is power that's required to make this tail rotor work. So when I push left pedal, the engine has to work harder because the aircraft is already, let's say we're using at this point 70% torque. If I push left pedal, then I am increasing the amount of torque that the engine actually has to produce. So now I'm at 72% maybe in order to do that. It's an equal and opposite reaction because of Newton's third law. So I'm actually increasing the torque. So the aircraft is actually working harder. So if I'm making the aircraft work harder and I don't do anything to fight how much that aircraft is working, if I push left pedal, if I don't create more torque, and I take some of that torque away from the main rotor system, it's going to drop a little bit. And if I go to the right, I'll actually climb. Because if there's no torque, I could put all the... If there's an actual thing in the military that they would do in Vietnam, that they would spin to the right in order to make themselves climb. Because all they are doing is making all the power go to the main rotor, so that main rotor can fight the drag that's in the system. So if the main rotor has, or if the helicopter has to fight the drag that's in the main rotor and the tail rotor that's being producing this anti-torque, you have to work a little bit harder. All right? Didn't make sense to anybody else except for me. I'm just trying to make this as simple as possible. So is there any questions on this kind of stuff? I can try to redo what I'm saying and try to make it easier. But the tail rotor itself is controlled by the actual pedals. And in most cases, those tail rotors are actually mechanically linked to the pedals. So if I move the pedals, there's a rod that goes all the way through the helicopter from basically the nose of the aircraft. There's a physical rod that goes all the way through, all the way to the tail rotor to actually connect that. And you can actually change the pitch by just pushing the pedals, and that changes the pitch of the blades. Now again, when I talk about when we're changing pitch, we're hoping for the correct angle of attack, because angle of attack is the only thing that's used to create lift or thrust. It will require an increase of throttle as well. And most helicopters will essentially adjust that automatically. But if you don't have any basically governor control, you actually have to increase the throttle a little bit, or else the rotors will actually be slower because you're taking away some of the power from the main rotor. The school located in St. Louis Downtown Airport. So thank you everybody for following. Oh, this is going to be a day. All right. So the left pedal fights the torque in this system because it's counterclockwise, and we got the torque effect. The right pedal allows the torque effect to win. When we're pushing on the pedals, we're changing the mechanical angle of the actual tail rotor system itself. It's only creating essentially a change in the pitch or the twist of the blades. We're hoping that we get an angle of attack that's necessary, but we don't always get that, okay? So we're going to talk about loss of tail rotor effectiveness. There are a couple things that happen when we have wind that's interacting with that. How long am I continuing? I'm going to try to go until probably I can't stop anymore. I'm probably going to do these almost every day at 6 p.m. until Bryce has everything he needs in order to go and hover. Some of the lessons may be actually out the helicopter. We're going to be doing walk-arounds and pre-flights, and we're doing stuff that will actually help you kind of learn what parts to look and kind of get to understand those kind of things. There's a lot to learn, and I partially feel like I'm running out of time. Father Time isn't that fun to work with. Everybody gets old. So I'm trying to get as much information as I can out. So I'm going to try to go to probably maybe 7:50 right now my time. So I've been doing this for an hour and 50 minutes. I'm probably going to be here for another and I may just not just do lessons as well. I can kind of answer some questions that a lot of people have and start talking about some other things. How much time do I need to have per day? I'm going to try to get these recorded so you can kind of see those afterwards. But if you have specific questions, guys, password funny, I follow the heck out of this person. She has the best questions I've ever seen. I'm just assuming because of the picture, but I shouldn't be. But ultimately, the questions are great. The password says and stuff. Thank you for that. Just so you guys are aware that anything you guys do send is just going to get collected and probably go to Bryce to help him fly.
Thanks, guys.
So, we're trying to, basically, anything I make, I don't need. But there's people out there. I'm going to try to create scholarships for people to actually do anything. Because this is a very expensive thing, and I understand that. I had to pay $120,000 to learn how to fly. It's worthwhile, it's beneficial, but we, as the industry goes, the generation that I'm in needs to start helping out the next generation, or else we're not going to have pilots at all. I'm in St. Louis. St. Louis Downtown Airport. All right, I got to talk about loss of tail rotor effectiveness, okay? Let's do this. Loss of tail rotor effectiveness, LTE. Somebody had mentioned that earlier. The tail rotor, we control the pitch of the blades, but the tail rotor can lose effectiveness because of outside forces that are actually happening. The tail rotor has to fight that torque, and sometimes it can't effectively fight the torque. So just keep following along then, because you're doing a lesson. So St. Louis, Missouri, on the it's kind of just on the east side of St. Louis, Missouri, and downtown airport. So when the tail rotor can also have a loss of tail rotor effect, or it can also have vortex ring state. So the helicopter, the tail rotor itself is a vacuum as well. The main rotor is sucking the helicopter up and fighting gravity and sucking us forward, but the tail rotor is fighting gravity this way. The tail rotor has vortices too. It's sucking air through and basically the airflow is going through, and it's got vortices as well. What's up? Oh, jeez. They ain't supposed to look that way. Anyway, you're creating vortices with the tail rotor. So when you start to go, if you start having wind from this direction, and you start getting too much wind, that wind goes through that stall area of the tail rotor as well. It starts to interact and create another set of vortices as well. So it can get itself a essentially vortex ring state. So the tail rotor can get vortex ring state, and that's called essentially a tail rotor. Holy cow, somebody's trying to co-host and I'm not going to have it. Sorry, guy. I am trying to do a lesson and stuff. The pictures are probably better for vortex ring state, for tail rotor, loss of tail rotor effectiveness.
I don't know where that. I don't know. I couldn't find it. It would be in aerodynamics, right?
Yeah. So the tail rotor, if it has wind coming from the side, it also can get settling with power and vortex ring state. So that's no longer effective, and basically torque can win if the tail rotor is not being able to produce as much thrust. The other thing that can happen is if the main rotor system, because it's creating all these vortices, you can get the same effect that's happening in Godzilla -1. The surface tension around the tail rotor is starting to break apart, and that tail rotor is getting interference from the main rotor. So that's called main rotor interference. So the vortex ring state that's happening with the tail rotor is one way that we have a loss of tail rotor effectiveness. The other way that we lose tail rotor effectiveness is because the main rotor is basically the vortices are starting to go into the tail rotor, and that's basically breaking up the air and breaking up surface tension, just like a rock that's getting dropped in water prior to the high dive stuff. So these are two ways that the tail rotor doesn't work very well. So the tail rotor have a shaft connecting to the main rotor is the hydraulics. So there's a main transmission that's connected to both of those. When you have an engine moving and pushing and getting those parts essentially moving, it's a lot of spinning parts and stuff in a helicopter. It's spinning the main rotor, that transmission is spinning the main rotor, and then there's another line that basically takes it out towards the tail rotor. That's a really good question. The tail rotor doesn't always have to be hydraulically boosted or helped. Sometimes it actually is. If you have a strong side wind, that's the problem. With the strong side wind, that's affecting the tail rotor. So if you have too much wind in the tail rotor, and it's getting to that vortex ring state, because it's basically, it's settling with power vortex ring state, but sideways instead. That tail rotor is no longer helping. So now there's nothing actually fighting torque anymore. So if there's nothing fighting torque anymore, the aircraft spins in the opposite direction. So it spins to the right. Does that answer the question, kind of, to the right? We try to land into the wind, and if it's a strong wind, then we definitely want to land into the wind as much as possible. Because if we have a strong wind, then it does make it hard for us to control the aircraft.
The only picture I can find that's relative is the drift.
Oh, okay. That's fine. All right. So loss of tail rotor effectiveness happens essentially with three different ways, though. The first way is because the tail rotor itself is getting all this wind from the left side, and it's actually creating a vortex ring state for the tail rotor, and then the main rotor can also create a loss of surface tension, so that is no longer working very well. I try to land so that I avoid LTE all the time. That's exactly correct. It has to be a very fast wind. Essentially, it has to have enough velocity to actually get into this vortex, so we can actually land with some soft winds and everything else. It's much better for us to land into the wind. Also, this is a cool thing about a helicopter. If the wind is coming from this direction, it's great and stuff. If the wind is coming from this way and I'm landing, I can actually turn the helicopter around and land essentially backwards with the wind. So a helicopter can point into the wind and just land backwards without having to worry about a loss of tail rotor effectiveness. We just don't want a tailwind or from the side, or from the left side and stuff. So we typically don't land backwards because we can't see what's behind us, because there's a big old tail in the back and it's pretty far away. And that's kind of hard. The programs I suggest, the first thing is these lessons are the starting point. You should definitely get a book, a helicopter flying handbook, and then and it's free. It's the PDF online for the FAA website. I would recommend getting Microsoft Flight Simulator and start understanding airspace and how those things work and how the mechanical things, because once you're above the ground and once you're outside those vortices, it flies like an airplane. So you can actually fly in Microsoft Flight Simulator really easy. It's hard to hover because most people don't understand how to hover, but that's why we're doing these lessons anyways, so we can try to teach you all these things and stuff. So if the wind picks up from that side, we don't want to expose the tail rotor to the risks that are happening. And if we get those risks, then we can't fight torque. If we can't fight torque, torque wins, and we're gonna spin out of control. And that's what happens sometimes. That's what you see in the movies. Essentially, if the tail rotor's gone, the aircraft spins. So if I want to stop the spin that's happening, what do I need to get rid of? Anybody answer? I gotta get a drink. There's way more people in today. What happened? It's Monday. Everybody should be in school. Wait, they are in school. All right, this is school. This is homework for somebody.
You gained like 2,300 followers since yesterday.
I'm in 2,000?
You're at almost 2,500.
Holy crap. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh, you're 25, 29.
Dudes, holy crap. Okay. I didn't know what happened. I just got on here and I'm a crazy guy trying to teach everything. I shared a plea for pilots. I need pilots. We're running out of pilots. I'll talk about that in a bit. So, if the aircraft starts to spin, because the loss of tail rotor effectiveness, how do we stop the spin from, how do we get the aircraft to stop? What do we have to take away to get the aircraft to stop? This tail rotor is there for anti-torque. So the tail rotor is there for anti-torque. So what do we have to take away to get the aircraft to stop spinning if the anti-torque is not working anymore? No, we got to keep stop. Well, we stop lift. That's part of it. That's actually kind of part of it, somewhat. Because lift, we have to use the engine to create lift. So what is the engine doing that's creating lift? What you know?
What is it doing?
So no, how do we stop torque? We gotta get rid of torque. If we don't want to spin, get rid of torque. No torque means no spin. No torque means no spin. No torque means no spin. No torque means that we don't need an anti-torque. If I add RPM, that's just going to change the dynamic of the blades and stuff. I can't actually add more RPM because there's no good air going through that tail rotor. The tail rotor actually spins at a constant rate too. So I can't actually increase the RPM of that tail rotor. It's tied to the main rotor because the transmission is actually transmitting to the tail rotor and the main rotor. So I can't increase the speed of the tail rotor. I can't increase pitch of this thing because aerodynamically, I got no surface tension anymore. If anybody followed that first reference and stuff, that is basically not going to have. If I adjust the collective, that is how I get rid of some torque. So I have to lower the collective, or I get rid of the engine by turning off the throttle. So when you see the movies and everything that starts to happen when the tail rotor starts to come off and everything else like that, and the aircraft starts to spin, the pilot is not inputting the correct input. They are not getting rid of the torque. To get rid of the torque, you have to get rid of the power that's going to the engine. And as soon as you get rid of power, the aircraft will stop. And it's just going to fall. And gravity is going to win, but we can actually mitigate that. And it's not too bad. But if we start to spin to the right because of a loss of tail rotor effectiveness, then we can get rid of torque and stop the aircraft from spinning. If we have altitude, all we need to do is basically get away from the situation that's causing the wind to occur anyways. We try to avoid loss of tail rotor effectiveness all the time. There's another thing that occurs because mechanically you can't push all the pedals in and keep going and keep going and keep going. You can't push left pedal forever. There's a mechanical limit to that. So if I push the mechanical limit and I can't go any farther, you're getting into what's called the critical azimuth of the blades, because you're trying to fight the torque and you're fighting some wind that's happening. So there's actually a critical azimuth that can occur. That's something we avoid. So the last part of loss of trailer effectiveness is if the wind is coming from the back. Pull up a video of a weather vane that's showing how the wind essentially is, turning the weather vane around and everything else. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Is anybody enjoying this? Is there? I've seen a lot of people in and out of this. I cannot believe that people are actually interested in learning how to fly this much, and it's great that everybody's interested. I want everybody to be pilots. I actually do. If you want a flying car, you need to get into a helicopter license or actually do it, because the helicopter is a flying car. If I can make every one of you guys a helicopter pilot, I would love to. I would love to. I'd love to. Class A, yes.
Just a weather vane changing direction.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. It's harder to say what it typically is called, but it's a weather vane effect that's happening. Yeah, that's good enough. So everybody maybe has seen a weather vane, essentially. So the helicopter has a big old fin in the back. Thanks, Bryce.
You see my DoorDash door on there?
What? I didn't see it. I'm not paying too much attention. So there's a big old fin in the back here. That fin is there to help you to control the aircraft when you're in forward flight and stuff. But ultimately, that fin in the back can act like a weather vane. And so if you have wind from the back, it can actually make it harder to control, and actually the aircraft likes to face into the wind. So you can get this weather vane effect. So that's actually not a loss of tailrotor effectiveness as much as it is a loss of the ability to fight what's happening with the outside forces, because it's got torque happening at the same time that it's trying to fight. And so the tail rotor is kind of giving up the fight, and then the wind is kind of shifting it around and making it happen. So loss of tail rotor effectiveness is something that we try to avoid as well by pointing the nose into the wind. I can literally land any direction I want facing into the wind. If the wind is coming this way, I can land this way. I can land this way. I can land any direction. I can land backwards. And I can land on ships, I can land on boats, and everything else. Oldest person flying is in their 70s. That is 100% true. We got a lot of great pilots that I've worked around in the industry. If you guys know Chuck Aaron, he's a good kind of friend of mine on Instagram and stuff. And I actually met him in person, so he's an awesome guy. He's the guy who did Red Bull helicopters. Okay. So now I'm going to basically talk about why this all matters and stuff. Why do we need to know this kind of things? I'm trying to make it easier for people to hover, because hovering is the hard part, essentially. People are doing that. A license to tree cut, that's, what state is this in? License for tree cutting, I don't know what you're asking. We do have actually power line maintenance pilots that are out there with saws cutting down trees, if that's what you're talking about. But let me get back to the lesson and stuff. I know everybody has questions. I apologize. I'm the worst host in the world when it comes to answering questions, because I'm trying to actually teach a lesson on that, that kind of stuff. But the reason I'm talking about this right now is what I'm trying to do is actually get people to understand the nature of hovering. There are certain things that are dangerous, and there are certain things that we have to kind of avoid, because we don't want a wind that's coming into the side of our aircraft, because then the tail rotor has to work harder, or we can get in a loss of tail rotor effectiveness because we're getting all those vortices kind of interacting with the tail. So we typically hover into the wind, wherever the direction is, and then when we're hovering, we also want to know how fast we're descending down, so we don't get installing with power this way, because we can actually hover really, really, really high. That's essentially what most of the jobs that do construction or firefighting, typically not firefighting, because usually doing a low pass and stuff, but they're picking up water and all these kind of things. Is it glitching for anyone else, or is it just my phone? Am I having issues?
Mm-mm.
Am I? No? Okay. If I'm having issues, I'm sorry. I don't really know much about this kind of stuff. How do you account for narrow spaces between buildings? So, oh man. I am not, jeez. I'll give you a second, guys. I feel like the comedians that are like, come on, let me get back to the lesson a little bit. It's okay. Yeah. I'm gonna start like razzing on the people in there. I'm sorry, it only glitched. I'm sorry, it glitched in general. Hopefully it didn't glitch, or hopefully it glitched when I burped, because I've been having a little burp today here and there. Anyway. All right. I can't answer all the questions, but I'm just going to get back to kind of some of the things that are happening. There's too many. The whole reason I'm teaching all this stuff is because I'm trying to make it easier for you to understand the nature of helicopters when they're hovering. Because if you understand the nature of the helicopters when they're hovering, you can actually predict the behavior. If you know the aircraft is getting pushed like a hockey puck, you know how to get the aircraft to go back where you want to go. The hovering itself really is more effective when you have a goal in mind. If it's a person that's walking into the street, are you going to stop them from walking into the street? If you pull too hard, are they going to fall on the sidewalk? So ultimately, when you're flying the helicopter, you should have a goal. Where are you going? Are you going forward? Are you going back? Or are you going left or right? So when you have that goal in mind, you can control the helicopter. When we are flying the helicopter, an actual helicopter, not a drone, we're actually what's called a pilot in command. And the pilot in command is in direct control of the aircraft. We're actually mechanically linked when we move our legs and we move our hands. We're mechanically linked to that aircraft. So we're actually exercising the privilege of a pilot. And so, but we have to be in control of the aircraft. A drunk person can be essentially affected by outside forces. They're very susceptible to other people coming around and making a mess of things, or telling the drunk person, hey, go do this. The wind is kind of like that sometimes. The wind is that person coming over, kicking the drunk person over, and then you have to fight that wind and everything else to do everything. But your goal is to keep that drunk person potentially in one spot when you're hovering for the first time. So you need to understand some of these basic things that are interacting with the helicopter so that you can kind of hover a little bit better. If you predict the behavior of the aircraft, then you can predict what you need to do to fix anything that's wrong. Oh, he wants me to show you a hovering helicopter. You want to see me flying today? Well, hovering today, I should say. I wasn't really flying yet.
You can kind of see towards the middle of the video, you can see something kind of push it and in the correction.
Okay, so we had some wind. This is me and my student hovering today. We have no gauges for constantly monitoring wind, unfortunately. See if I can make that easier to see. We do have some aircraft that have a sensor that tells us where the wind direction is. Sometimes our GPS tells us what the wind is. But you can kind of see a little bit of that wobble that I was talking about. Drunk person, helicopters can just continually to wobble all the time. Gauge with, yeah, I wish I could. Okay, the wind's coming from that direction. That works if you're on the ground, but not in a helicopter, because we don't like the wind that much when we're inside, because it actually gets really cold when you're going really, really fast, like 120 miles an hour above the ground and stuff. So, yeah. Come on over. We'll try to teach you a little bit. I work as a director of training for Helicopters, Inc. I've started to find the need to make sure people understand a little bit better about this industry, but then there's a lot of stuff. That's the Bell, that's a Long Ranger, which is a little bigger than the Jet Ranger. It's the Bell Long Ranger, an L4 Long Ranger to be specific, if you guys are aviation nuts of some sort like me. So anyway, does anybody does it make sense, at least Bryce, since you're here, kind of thing, why we're teaching all this kind of stuff? Yeah, because most people don't understand the hovering side of things. They don't understand what's going on in a hover. But this is science. There's actually some really cool things that are happening here. We're creating this goal of lift in order to stay off the ground, and then ultimately we can move that helicopter anywhere. If you guys have not seen the videos before, you can actually practice hovering with having somebody acting as a drunk person in front of you, or even controlling a baby, because they kind of look like drunk people and stuff. But I highly recommend the practice of grabbing the back of the shirt of the person, and then if they start to lean forward, pull back on the shirt. If you pull too hard, they're going too far. So you now have to punch them back, and if you keep punching like this, it's not going to be an issue. You're going to make the drunk person a little bit mad. But you can actually practice hovering without getting into a helicopter. We talked a little bit about attitude of the aircraft. This is what I was talking about before. No, that's not really going to work. Helicopters have shoulders and heads, essentially, that we can use. The shoulders are the dash. The head is the compass, or a bug can be even a head. But the helicopter essentially is going to have a specific attitude. Drunk people can stand like this and never fall over. I'm sure you guys have seen that, maybe, right? They just sit here and they just lean kind of forward the whole time. That's because the center of gravity is forward. Drunk people can lean like this, and they're not moving anywhere, but they're kind of just sitting there and wobbling. The attitude of the aircraft is something you find when you first get off the ground, and if your goal is to stay in one spot, you have to learn what the attitude would be in order to keep that helicopter kind of positioned. In general, though, when you're hovering, at least in an R-44 or a Jet Ranger, the compass is going to kind of intersect the horizon. So now it's like the head of the person on the horizon. If the head starts to go up, I got to get the head back down. If the head starts to go down, I need to get the head back up. So when you're trying to control the helicopter, ultimately what you're trying to do is control the attitude of the aircraft. Come over here, Bryce, if you can.
I can try my best.
He's going to try his best. I'm going to show you guys kind of an example. You may have to adjust the pedals if you're too short or everything else, but I had a 4'11" person. Come on in if we can. I'm going to introduce you to Bryce. Follow him if you haven't as well. He's going to be doing a lot of stuff.
This is horrible.
I know, but I don't want to take a lot of space. So the reason I have him here is because I want to kind of illustrate a point. Okay? If he is behind me holding the shirt, go ahead and lean forward, Bryce. Does my attitude change?
No.
If you lean back, does my attitude change?
Nope.
So the attitude of the aircraft is what you're trying to control. It's not you that you're trying to control in a hover. So if you're trying to keep the attitude of the aircraft, you can actually lean forward and change radios, or lean back and stretch your legs and everything else because it gets a little cramped. You could do a lot of stuff in that and not change the attitude of the aircraft. So the goal of flying in a hover is to keep the attitude, not your attitude, if that makes any sense. Go ahead, Bryce. I had to show you Bryce. He's gonna be YouTube or TikTok famous way more because he's gonna show you guys all his lessons, hopefully. Maybe that will actually pay for his lessons, and there's a lot of different things. But the reason that we went through all these lessons in general, no, he's not my son. He actually works for the company that I work for. My kids are idiots. So for the most part, we're running out of helicopter pilots, and I'm going to try to do everything. Bryce works, he was, okay, so here's some advice for anybody who's looking into it. He looks better, so I don't know how to respond to that, but he looks better than me.
I think it's the blue eyes.
That's probably it. That's all the blue eyes. He's way better looking. Anyway, ultimately, I think he's single. Anyway, see, okay. Where's it going to? What am I talking about tonight? Oh, did you miss the whole lesson? I was talking about some of the things for the aircraft. What was I getting at? I was talking about the some recommendations for things. When you're brand spanking new, start a job that is in aviation. If you want to be in aviation, start working for a company that is aviation, okay? Start working for the company you want to work for. So Bryce works for Heli Inc. He does a lot of stuff around the offices. He helps with the mechanics. He does some painting, actually.
I'm actually a paint tech.
He's a paint tech. So he chose to come work for a helicopter company because he wants to do stuff with helicopters. Well, because I train for a living and he works for my company, I'm helping him become a pilot. So in general, if you find that you can work for those companies, most pilots are actually a little bit like me. They'll actually talk about aviation. If you go to a airport and you see a helicopter pilot, they'll talk your ear off in most cases about helicopters. They'll talk about everything. So, yeah, definitely recommend if you're trying to start, get involved with getting to know people. Get involved with the people who own helicopters and stuff. Bryce may be doing ride-alongs once he has his private pilot's license so that he can actually build time if we're doing maintenance or ferry flights and things like that. Because once you have a private pilot's license and you're employed by the company, you can actually get rides with the instructors or, the people involved. So there's a lot. I'm in St. Louis downtown airport. But it is a great way to build time. Most people don't even think about being creative on those kind of things. So part of the reason that I'm doing this is because there's a lot of creative ways to save money. I'm free. I'm saving you some money here. If you're paying for ground still, you're getting ripped off because there's so much online now that you can do it all for free on YouTube. And then guys like me hopefully are more out there. I'm actually hoping that more flight instructors get involved with this kind of stuff so you can actually teach or they can actually teach. If you're a brand new instructor, I highly recommend that you start doing this so you can actually practice how to teach. If you're charging money, I understand because everybody has to make a living in some ways. I've made enough that I don't care. But ultimately, Bryce is laughing. Ultimately, though, if you're a flight instructor, this is a great way to kind of practice and not have to, you can find in industry and stuff like that. So, yeah. You're very welcome. Is there any questions that I have had so far on these lessons that I have? I don't know if I've covered everything yet that I need to cover for Bryce kind of stuff.
I'm about to have to go get my food.
Go get your food. I don't care. You're just here.
I'm not here yet. It's just almost here.
Oh. Do I do makeup? Yeah, okay. I don't need much makeup. Hopefully.
It's in that.
Sorry. Man, I'm losing my voice.
I can't regulate what's in there.
It's actually better to fly at night. I love flying at night, but there are some things that happen at night that are a little difficult when you're flying at night. Your eyes do work differently. Your eyes are not able to essentially see the same colors. There's a lot of things that happen when you're flying at night, but at night actually is easier to learn how to hover because it's quieter, it's calmer. It really won't be hard for you to hover at night if you're flying to go cross countries and go other places. It's a little harder to fly at night, but I definitely recommend that you fly at night when you're first starting because that first hour is the most critical time, and what I'm trying to do is waste nobody's time at all and get somebody most effective, like that kind of stuff. The night though is not scary. It's actually beautiful. If you haven't seen any of my Instagram posts and stuff, you're gonna see there's so many great things I've seen. You get to fly over the city at night. It's just beautiful. San Francisco Bay. If anybody from the Bay at all, I started when I was 24ish, 23, 24. But is anybody in San Francisco Bay right now, or anybody in California or Chicago even? I really can't see when you're going. Cali, good. Vegas is great. So Vegas is another place you can fly over. The view is just amazing from the air. absolutely amazing over the Golden Gate Bridge. I've got pictures of my feet hanging out of the helicopter over the Golden Gate Bridge, and everybody thinks it's AI for the most part nowadays, but it's real. It was actually a lot of fun. Maverick Helicopters is awesome. The guy who is Joe at Maverick Helicopters, if you ever say hi to Joe, he's an awesome guy. He's the chief pilot. I don't know if he went higher than that, but he's awesome at Maverick Helicopters. There's a great tour company in Las Vegas. So helicopters get paid, average is $92,000 a year. But there's a lot of difference in everything else like that. It becomes a career though that you stop thinking about money because it's just too much fun. I play for a living. I got a big old freaking toy here. I get to play with toys all day long and play with everything else. So it's a lot of fun actually. Yeah, Maverick is great. I've never met Greg, but Joe is an awesome guy. How much does it get your license? Here's the problem with that question. Everybody asks that question. How much does it cost? There's a lot of variations that's in there. I'm trying to make free ground lessons so it reduces your costs. But if you choose a higher expensive helicopter, the more weight that you're trying to fight gravity with, the more expensive the helicopter becomes. And so it varies significantly depending on the helicopter. I highly recommend the R-44 helicopter because that is the absolute best helicopter in the world to get started in, because the R-44 helicopter is everywhere. You've probably seen a million videos of helicopters doing like stuff where they're cattle chasing, and 44 helicopter is where most of the jobs are. So I want a free lesson. The free lesson is the ground training. The flights I can't make for free, unfortunately, because I can't make that helicopter free. There's too much cost. You want to know why the cost is so high to learn how to fly? It's $650 an hour in the helicopter. It used to be a lot less. But you can thank Boeing for the cost of insurance, because Boeing screwed everybody in the industry. All the cost is because of insurance and because of the cost of everything else. I can't stipulate what happened with the helicopter and everything that's, those, I don't really talk about the crashes and things because I don't know what actually was in that cockpit of the aircraft. I don't really know what was happening inside the aircraft. I've had some close calls. Every helicopter does kind of have moments and things that can happen, but I've had way more close calls driving on the road. I'm more afraid to go home tonight. That's probably why I'm still at work doing this stuff, because I'm trying to wait for traffic. If I drive in traffic, no. Okay. Do I have any parachutes? I'm going to love talking about auto rotations. I'm going to talk about auto rotations because auto rotations are parachutes. Helicopters all have parachutes, and they're awesome. So you're welcome for the interesting class. How many flying hours required a year? You can fly no time at all once a year. All flight time doesn't expire, so you can do it a couple different times. Yeah, all helicopters have parachutes. Auto rotations are parachutes, essentially. So here's the thing. If somebody is talking about weight, if you are trying to fight gravity with a helicopter, you need to be able to fight gravity with a helicopter. There are weight limits to the aircraft's ability because you have to fight gravity. If you have a lot of weight, like you need to move like huge pallets of like material and stuff to the top of a mountain, you need a Black Hawk helicopter that has the design of the aircraft to carry that weight. So that actually can create a bigger vacuum. The Sky Crane has to create a bigger vacuum. I actually lost 30 pounds, kind of proud, a little bit. COVID was a nuts time for everybody, I'm sure. But I was 30 pounds heavier because of COVID. And that means that I couldn't do I couldn't take 30 pounds of fuel, which is the thing. Okay, so there's crashes for auto-rotating mostly because the training is the most risky environment. A lot of people actually don't want to do training because we're doing more and more and more. It's statistics. It's the more training you're doing and the more auto rotations you're actually doing. There's statistics out there that just prove the crashes are happening because of the bottom part of the auto rotation. The auto rotation itself is actually controllable, and you can actually do a lot with the helicopter and auto rotations. The helicopter can actually fall straight down and have no issues at all, and fall like a person with a parachute on, straight down. If you ever see those military parachuters with the big domes and stuff, they just fall straight down. Thank you. I was very happy to lose 30 pounds and actually fit in some of these shirts that I have and pants that I have too. COVID was nuts. It was just not fun. Anyway, I'll get back to the lesson. So the rotor brake is there because when you're on the ground, there's certain types of winds that are happening that can damage if the blades will flap, and they'll actually damage the mast of the actual rotor when you're going slow with the shutdowns and startups, or not use a problem with the brake. But the rotor brake is there essentially for shutting down so that the blades, when you get to a certain point, and we talked a little bit about this in one of the last lessons, we're getting away from auto rotations. Geez, that question was too good. But when you're sitting on the ground, the blades are doing that. They're drooping down, all the weight's coming on to the tip like that, and the weight's coming down on the aircraft. So when they're spinning really rapidly though, it becomes a gyroscope, and the blades are out like this. When you're flying and you're carrying a lot of weight, the blades will start to cone. This is just a quick review of the lessons that I had before. But the lift is going here and weight's going there. When you're slowing down with the actual thing, there's no centrifugal force holding it out. So now the blades start to droop down like that. So the rotor brake is there so that the wind, if it doesn't kick up the rotors, it can actually damage the mast of the actual rotor. We can get basically somewhat of a mast bumping just sitting around on the ground. So the rotors can get damaged. So that's the reason the rotor brake is there. It's not for flying. We definitely don't want to pull it in flying because the velocity of that the blades moving, the RPM that's there is actually very important kind of stuff. And so auto rotations, I'm going to talk about those because those are awesome. I have only hit a bat, and I knew it was a bat because it didn't have feathers. So I have a friend. Here's a good thing for you guys to know. I have a friend who got hit by a pretty big bird in California. It was a very, 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 very big bird, and he was in a very, very small helicopter. Although it's very rare, honestly, that we get hit by birds. You're going to hit more deer on the road than you're going to hit the birds in the air. It does happen and stuff. Well, he basically got hit by a bird, or he hit a bird, and it actually knocked the entire tail rotor off of the aircraft. It was that big, and there's some weight in those kind of things. He fell 200 feet down with his parachute because the auto rotation essentially is the parachute, and they both walked away with no injuries at all. So you can actually fall straight down and not have any issues at all in an auto rotation. So yeah, it was actually he's a great pilot. He reacted to the thing that happened really well. That was in Hayward, California, on a golf course that he landed. So yeah, would a pilot pass out falling? So when you're falling really, really rapidly, you do have your ears that can pop, but you don't typically pass out all the time. If you have an issue with passing out with a roller coaster, I would not recommend necessarily flying in general, because we do put G forces and low G conditions potentially and that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's life flight pilots are pretty much all that. I used to be a medical helicopter pilot. I got a better gig as the director of training, so I kind of went up in the world a little bit. But the medical side is a great way to help the community and things like that. You do not actually need a high school diploma at all. You don't even need a college degree at all. It's all certifications that are completely separate from the high school and everything else. This is school though, so just keep in mind there's school involved, but you don't need an actual like, hey, I got it from college. If you want a certificate, I can print out one at the end of this whole thing, but it's like there's a lot of courses still go. So the helicopter is only going to actually, in most cases, only handle up to 2 Gs, not really beyond 2 Gs. Most helicopters are structurally not capable of going farther than 2 Gs. So we stay below 2 Gs, if that makes any sense. Passwords with the questions are awesome. Okay, auto rotation. I'm going to talk about auto rotations, okay? So, all right, this is my favorite course in the entire world because this is what makes helicopters so much fun. Because it's the reason helicopters are so safe in comparison because we do have a parachute that's happening. What helicopter you recommend learn on? If you're brand spanking new, get an R44 helicopter because it's easier to fly than an R22 helicopter. The Cabri helicopter doesn't give you a job at the end of everything, and there's not a lot of jobs in that kind of helicopter. But the 44 is everywhere. So the goal is you pick what kind of career you want, and you work your way down to what you actually are trying to do. So work on getting into the helicopter that actually gets you the career path instead of the one that's always sold to you, if that makes any sense. Our 44 helicopter is kind of the military is actually training people in the R66, which is a turbine version now. So it's that good of a helicopter. And people don't understand it that much, but that's okay. I'll get into everything. I gotta get to autos because I love auto rotations. Helicopters are falling like like a person with a parachute on. So you can still fly. You might not be able to fly with passengers though. So you could get a recreational license potentially, and get you could actually potentially still get you would have to only be by yourself, and you could have restrictions to how you fly. So you could actually fly somewhat around some airspaces or kind of whatever. I'm not going to get to that 1 ton. I got to get to this thing where auto rotations before I end this tonight. Auto rotations, okay? The helicopter, thanks Starman, appreciate that. All right, I'm getting lightheaded because I'm excited about this. It's so fun. So when the engine is running, it's able to push the blades along. So the helicopter blades, when the engine is running, the helicopter blades can get pushed by the engine, essentially. All the systems and drive shafts and everything else like that. The helicopter engine is pushing the blades. In most cases, there is basically an actual amount of push those engines can actually create and stuff too. Anyways, the engine's pushing. So in most cases, the engine's pushing the blades around and everything else like that. So the engine pushes, pushes the blades, and that's what's spinning the blades. They're actually fighting that drag that's happening because of the angle of attack and the pitch angle that's happening. So the engine's pushing, and the engine's pushing. So now what happens if the engine stops pushing? So that's the biggest thing that's happening with the auto rotation that's kind of cool. So we can actually get the blades, instead of getting the push from the engine, we can actually get the blades to get pulled by an aerodynamic force. So auto rotations are when the blades are getting pulled by the aerodynamic force instead. So now in an auto rotation, those blades are getting pulled instead. So the blades are creating lift and they're creating a little bit of thrust to pull the blades. So I'm going to talk about the sections of it. So So there's three sections essentially that are happening in the blade system that are doing different things. There's an area that's actually creating a little bit of lift and actually stopping gravity from winning. So we're not going to accelerate 9.8 meters per second constantly towards the ground. It's like an air brake essentially, so it's actually slowing us down. So we're creating a little bit of lift still, and that's actually allowing everything to go through. It's not the blade tilt so much as it's the twist of the blade or the pitch angle of the blade that's creating that lift. The tilt is actually the direction of the hose that we're actually trying to point. So the tilt of that rotor is actually pointing the hose where we want to go. The blades are pitching, and that's what's actually changing that kind of stuff. I'm going to talk about that. So we're not pitching down necessarily. We're reducing essentially the drag in the system. And then I'm going to give you a little bit farther and give you a second. Okay. Let me go first to the sections. So the sections, there's one area in the center that is a stall area. That's always occurring. There's always a stall area because there's always going to be areas of mechanic parts. It's not like a propeller, so there's some parts that just don't create any lift. It's all mechanical. So there's a whole bunch of mechanical parts in that helicopter blade. That's got a stall region. So when you're flying in an auto rotation, you're getting an upward flow of air because the air is flowing, or basically the helicopter's falling downward, and the air is now flowing upward. Has anybody been skydiving? I'm just gonna kind of ask the question, see if anybody there, so I can get a drink.
Jake actually showed me a little bit of an auto rotation.
Good.
On my intro pipe.
Yeah, well, he should, because I told him to. Everybody needs to know what an auto rotation is like, so I try.
It's weird.
It's actually is just exactly the same kind of way. Okay, skydiving though is there's a lot. You do lose the vacuum. That's the point. You can't continue to fight gravity, but you can stop it a little bit because you're going to lose a little bit of the vacuum. But the blades themselves are basically stopping the helicopter from falling down all the way. So should probably do it if I want to fly. So you do need to learn how to do auto rotations, and it's actually the best part of flying. It's a little bit like skydiving, and you kind of fall and everything. It's fun. Auto rotation is actually controlled. You can actually make the directions. Okay, you love skydiving. Okay, so you've been skydiving, PB&T. The most needed type of helicopter pilot right now is EMS. So, okay. What would happen if you pull open your chute as soon as you get out the door? If you did not have any fall at all and you just pull open your chute, what could happen? Do you know, PB&T? You would tangle. So you actually need airflow to get that parachute to open up. If you don't have that airflow, you actually have to pull the actual parachute out with either a cord that's attached to the aircraft, or you have to jump with that actual thing already because you actually need airflow. Helicopters actually have to fall when they have an engine failure. So we actually have to let gravity kind of win. Yeah, you have to have a stack line. It's like base jumping too. It's exactly like base jumping in some ways. But you're falling for a little bit farther, so you have a lot more control over everything else too. But you would tangle if you just open the chute as soon as you got like off the bridge, because gravity is an acceleration force. You have to give it time to actually accelerate you towards the ground, and that airflow that's going past you, or as you going through the air, is what actually opens the chute. So an auto rotation is kind of the same way. We have to fall for a little bit. So we want gravity to win for a while. We lower the collective. And that's basically allowing us to fall and allowing us to essentially get the airflow up into the rotor system. So there's actually a cool thing that's happening because of that. I'm going to draw a couple airfoils of different things. There's one part of the blades that will have a little bit of a different angle of attack. The airflow is coming from the side a little bit more, and it's going to have a little bit of drag, and it's creating just a little bit of lift in order to keep that from happening, or keep everything from happening. So that's actually the wrong kind of way to do it. Total aerodynamic force on a blade occurs perpendicular or at a right angle to the resultant relative wind. So the resultant relative wind is something we talked about in one of the first lessons. Is basically a combination of the movement of the helicopters, the spin of the blades, the wind, everything kind of goes into the resultant relative wind. But the resultant relative wind matters because the resultant relative wind is essentially, we're always fighting gravity with lift, and lift is always up. If the resultant relative wind is here and it's straight up, then all we're creating is lift. There's no drag, it's just creating some lift and stuff. I'm trying very hard to make this a right angle, but I can't quite do it. If the airflow is coming up from this direction now, the total aerodynamic force is now forward of lift. I'm trying to make that a right angle. Sorry guys. Right angle being 90 degrees. So now the blades themselves are actually creating thrust. Just like a wind turbine that's actually out there making power for everything. So you're actually getting thrust in order to get those aircraft blades turning. And so you're going to have a region that is creating thrust and a region that's actually creating a little bit of drag. This region, we kind of have to equalize it a little bit because we actually want a little bit of drag because we want to actually have our parachute producing a little bit of drag so we can actually fall slower. So when the total aerodynamic force is forward on the blade or acting forward from the lift basically portion, you're getting thrust on the blades themselves. In most cases, when we're flying, we're actually getting air from above, and so our aerodynamic force is to the rear. And so we're getting a drag. Am I lost anybody so far? Does it make any sense to any, what I'm trying to say? When the aircraft is having the airflow through the top of the rotor, the airflow itself is coming from above for the most part, and it's going to have drag involved. When the airflow is coming from below, it's no longer going to have that drag, it's actually going to have thrust involved. And that's actually what's driving the rotor system. That is what it's called an auto rotation. The blades are auto rotating by themselves. The actual airflow is turning the blades in the same direction. They don't change direction, they just turn continuously in the same direction. When the helicopter is in a free fall in an auto rotation and you open the chute, because you have to open the chute a little bit, it will fall at 17 miles an hour on average, about 1,500 feet per minute. Has anybody been in an accident at 1,500 feet per minute? Or, 17 miles an hour? Setting pitch, you have to set pitch for gravity to win, and then you actually have to stop the blades from getting too fast so you can pull a little collective up, because this thrust force is so fast. Have you ever seen those windmills that just spin? I don't know if you want to show up that video and stuff. We reduce the collective. We have to reduce the collective because we don't have enough push anymore. We don't have that push. When the engine fails, there's no more push in the blade. So we can't fight the gravity or the drag that's in the system. So we have to lower the collective immediately. It's not something that we can delay because we actually have to let gravity win. Because gravity takes a while for us to accelerate, it takes us a while to actually get the airflow through the rotor system to actually create that parachute. If I don't lower the collective...
This is video of windows?
No, windmill overspeeding, the one that's spinning super fast and everything else. So we reduce collective to allow gravity to win, and then we get the airflow from below. That's allowing us to create thrust in front of the blades, and that's going to spin the blades and continuously spin them. When we bring the collective back up, though, we are allowing the helicopter to create just enough lift to stop gravity from accelerating us. Yeah,
You give it
okay.
a second, it'll explode.
If you allow the blades to turn too fast, geez, where the heck? Then there's a problem. Okay? So the centrifugal force reaches, yes, exactly. So there's a lot of centrifugal force involved if it's spinning too fast. So we actually can pull up on the collective and we can actually get the helicopter to create a little bit of lift. And it's just a little bit. So we have 3 regions. We have the stall region, which doesn't create any lift. We have a driving region, which is what's actually pulling the blade along. And then we can create an area that creates a little bit of lift for us. And it's called a driven region, like driving Miss Daisy, if you guys even understand that reference. But ultimately, what our goal is to do is allow the airflow to basically allow us to open up our parachute. And so when we fall, we lower the collective, let gravity win for a little bit, and then we pull up on the collective to basically stop us from falling at 9.8 meters per second per second. If I just lower the collective, then I'm going to spin faster and faster and faster because there's so much thrust driving that blade that it'll actually overspeed the engine, the actual rotor itself. So I actually pull the collective a little bit to put some drag in the system and then actually slow the aircraft down. So we're falling at 17 miles an hour. Did anybody answer the question? Has anybody been in an accident about 17 miles an hour?
I gotta be up at 5 a.m.
Oh,
Not the end of the world.
I'm almost done. Okay, what? Okay, so 17 miles an hour-ish or somewhere around the neighborhood. What happened to your car? And you survived, right? You did survive because you're on here. So that's one thing that's part of it. But what did your car do when that happened? It could have been worse, and I'm grateful you're still around. It took the impact. So the helicopter kind of has its own way of taking the impact. If I was to fall straight down and not do anything except for have my parachute, if I fall straight down, I would have the aircraft essentially take the input or take the impact. It's similar to a parachuter for the Army with those domed basically parachutes that just fall straight down. If they don't roll on the ground, they'll end up breaking legs and things. But the helicopter is designed to brake before you brake. So if you were to hit the ground just with the parachute alone, then you can actually walk away from this helicopter. We do have to keep an eye on the RPM, thank you, because we want it to be at an optimal speed. It's a bigger range because the slower the speed, the slower you're going to fall down. The faster the speed, the faster you're actually going to fall down. So you actually need to essentially keep the rotors in that range. That's the limits that are there for structural reasons. We want to keep that limit. And then, yeah, so the paratroopers and stuff. But the helicopter is cooler than just a regular domed parachute because you can actually direct where it wants to go. And if you've seen some of the videos that I have, I can literally steer the helicopter like a parachute anywhere I want to go. And then I can land wherever I want to be. I could fall straight down for a little bit, then I can go forward and actually land the helicopter wherever I'm targeting. So helicopters are actually safer than airplanes because of auto rotations. We have a parachute all the time. We just have to make that parachute work for us. Most of the accidents that are occurring from that is usually the bottom part. It's not practiced enough. And then sometimes when so you've seen probably parachuters that are crashing into wires because wind can be affecting those kind of things. I did cover retrieving blade stall in an earlier part. That doesn't have really much to do with this part because, but we have a speed not to exceed because the parachute doesn't work if I'm going too fast. I have to have airflow from below. So we won't get retreating blade stalls so much as we're getting essentially too much pitch, and that makes us fall faster, and we can't maintain RPM. We actually have to fall with the airflow helping us. If we don't have that airflow helping us, then we can't do anything. But most cases, we can actually fall pretty good. But one not too long ago at the expo, so that was an auto rotation in general. I haven't flown an auto gyro, but they actually operate the same way. Gyrocopters work the same way. It's an auto effect. The tail rotor actually doesn't need to be there. You don't need a tail rotor at all because there's no torque in an auto rotation. So if you lost your tail rotor, go into an auto rotation, it won't spin. The only reason that spin occurs is because of torque. You get rid of the engine, you don't get torque anymore. So no altitude is a big thing. You do need altitude to be able to do a better thing. It's way easier in real life because you can actually hear the aircraft, feel the aircraft, but the sim actually is a really good training tool. It's hard in a sim to gauge how high you are off the ground. So people end up higher than they need to be because here's what's happening, okay? Have you ever seen the parachuters? The way they go across the ground, they fall down and then they kind of skim a little bit and then that's too much. They fall down, they kind of skim, and they do a flare, and they set down. The helicopter does the exact same thing. Subscribe to the channel. I don't know exactly. I'm trying to get these on probably at 6 o'clock at night tomorrow as well. If you miss the lesson, I'm going to try to post the actual lesson itself because I guess I can record it. It's on actually the thing, so you can actually do all that kind of stuff. But I want to get all my information out so it's easier for everybody to kind of get it. And if you want me to start over from scratch, I can. Bryce is the reason I'm here for the most part, so yeah. All right, so I'm going to talk about the auto rotation side of things. Can you pull up my Instagram? Do you have it? Remember, if we're fighting gravity, if we want to effectively fight gravity, we have to suck this much if we're that much weight. So if we're 4,450 pounds, we have to suck 4,452 pounds to get off the ground. So we can actually fight gravity for a slight bit of time in an auto rotation and actually stop the descent completely with a flare. So I'm going to show you a picture of a Black Hawk.
My phone's not moving.
I'm trying to show a picture of a Black Hawk. So I got a picture of a Black Hawk doing an auto rotation to a flare. Can you show the video of the guy that had to do an auto rotation and landing? I can show a ton of videos for guys to do an auto rotations. Black Hawk helicopter, UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter.
I'm gonna have to search it.
Not that. Yeah. Hey Nick, how's it going?
What's your handle? I forgot.
SF Heli Pilot.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you just a little quick because this picture will kind of. What is an auto rotation? We're talking about auto rotation is the blades themselves driving themselves from the most part. This is what an auto rotation profile looks like. So that's my SF Heli Pilot. That is what an auto rotation essentially looks like. The helicopter falls, and it falls at a pretty consistent rate. And then it does a flare to stop gravity and fight gravity for a little bit. And I can fight gravity sometimes for a long time if I have a lot of speed. But we're falling at about 17 miles an hour. If I am going 60 miles an hour, if I'm falling this way and I'm going this way, 60 miles per hour, which one's faster? Anybody? Which one's faster, 17 or 60? Not a hard question. Forward. So I can use this forward speed to keep the rotor and drive the rotor up. And then I can actually use the collective a little bit, and I can actually stop the descent for a period of time. So that 60 forward is to our benefit. If I fall straight down, the only thing I have is the bottom is my parachute to just kind of like, I am going to try to just pull a little bit and just cushion my landing, and everything else. The aircraft will probably take all of the brunt and get destroyed. You'll walk away because the 17 miles an hour isn't too bad. But 60 miles an hour forward, I can actually tilt the rotor instead of being like this. Can you pull that picture up again? I can tilt the rotor like this, and I can use that wind coming from 60 miles an hour for a brief period of time, stop the descent completely, and then I can actually use the RPM for one last little breath, and I can actually land the helicopter. And I can land with nothing moving at all, setting down perfectly fine. There's actually people that show videos that they use their tail rotor, they change direction and they land backwards in order to do that. But I'm just showing the picture again. That is the profile of an auto rotation. And I can start that auto rotation from thousands and thousands of feet. The higher you are, the better you're going to have. Snap the collective. It's 100%, 1000% correct. If you're at the bottom of that auto rotation, you just can pull the collective till it stops the fighting it basically completely. We don't want that rotating part anyways, because it's not working for us, but we pull that collective up and that cushions everything. So that 60 miles an hour is helpful. I always try to say that airspeed is negotiable until you get closer to the ground. Most helicopters have what's called a height velocity diagram. And that tells us essentially a range of airspeeds that we actually have to be at in order to get that speed that we need to do a flare. We actually can do like pinpoint targeting with an auto rotation, but that's something that's hard to master. That's where a lot of accidents occur, because people don't actually master that very well. And sometimes the decision of where you go matters. If you're flying or trying to land inside of a stadium and you hit the wires on the outside of the stadium because the wind pushes you into that and kind of things, those people have probably thousands and thousands and thousands of hours that were parachuting into stadiums and hitting wires. So yeah, so essentially we can crash the helicopter very safely. It's actually, you can actually crash the helicopter without doing any damage to it at all, basically. It's not even a crash. But the thing that's hard is that we don't know when the engine's going to fail. So we actually don't know what's happening for the aircraft. So the height above the ground matters. If I'm really low to the ground, that's all I can reach. But if I'm really high, that circle gets bigger. So altitude is actually our friend. Minimal aviation for a safe and successful auto rotation. If you're zero airspeed, you need 500 feet. So if you are not moving at all and hovering out of ground effect, you need 500 feet to get speed up and be able to do the flare at the bottom. If you're at 40 knots, then you're basically able to go 300 feet, and you need 300 feet in order to get that speed up to 60 knots and flare. But if you have airspeed already, here's the crazy thing. So no, you're not done, because basically you're still going to get some out of it. The aircraft is done, if that makes sense. The aircraft, you're still in an auto rotation. You still have the ability to do it, but the aircraft's going to take a bigger brunt. The reason the height velocity diagram is there is to make it so that you can successfully do it without damaging the aircraft. So the height velocity diagram is there. But if you're inside of that and the engine fails, the aircraft is going to probably be done, but you won't be done. Because if you do the auto rotation properly, the skids and the everything else take the brunt of everything. Now here's the question. airplanes, and I get to make fun of airplanes for 5 seconds because I know Bryce is going to do it. Airplanes have to move forward in order to get off the ground and stay off the ground, okay? If they don't, then gravity wins and gravity falls, and they fall faster, and consistently faster until they hit the ground, until they get, or even to terminal velocity and stuff. But the airplane has to move forward. So let's say there's a tree. If I'm hitting the tree in a helicopter at 17 miles an hour, or I'm hitting a tree at 60 miles an hour, which one's going to do more damage? That is a great tree. But which one's going to do more damage? I'm falling straight down 17 miles an hour because I got a parachute. My auto rotation's happening. I'm actually falling straight down at 60. So this is why airplanes are a little more dangerous, because they actually have to go. It's a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. That's what it is. But airplanes have to go fast. So you've probably seen many movies of airplanes crashing, and they're crashing through trees, ripping wings off, and all these other kind of things. Ultimately, the airspeed is somewhat detrimental at the bottom when they're landing. If they can actually get rid of that airspeed completely, they can actually just stall out and actually touch down with their tail first, and that's sometimes more happy. I've always thought it was opposite, which fed my fear of getting a license. I know, this is why I'm here, because honestly, everybody doesn't understand how this works. We fall with a person with a parachute on. Now, I will tell you, the average is 17 miles an hour, but there are some parachutes that are small with a big person. They fall faster, like a Black Hawk falls really fast. And then if you have a really big parachute and a very small person, it works really well. But there are some helicopters that fall a lot faster, but they still have control. The more altitude you have, the more control you are able to get in where you can actually go. That's going to be probably the end of my lesson today, but I'll stick on a little bit longer if you guys have some questions or need something kind of reviewed, I guess, whatever. Because I think Bryce is ready to go home.
Yeah, I gotta be up early.
Yeah. Bryce is the only reason I'm here, not you guys. Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm located in St. Louis downtown airport. I won't get off yet. Bryce is just gonna leave. He's got to work early.
You'll be here tomorrow, so won't you?
I'm glad this is great. I'm trying to make a change in the industry. There's a lot of people that don't understand it. The news does not help you guys at all. I want to say that the news is probably the worst thing in the world, because it's news because it's not very often that helicopters crash, so they have something special to talk about. But if I was to cover the news on all the car crashes that happen, it's going to fill up the whole day on car crashes. So the reality is, it's way safer in aviation. There's a lot more controlled aspects of everything. It's actually easy to fly the helicopter, more easier than people think. There's a lot of, I should probably end it with this. There's a lot of misconceptions about helicopters, and the top ones that I have is that helicopters are dangerous. They're actually not. They're way safer than driving a car, and they're actually safer because of this too. Because I can fall straight down with my parachute, then hit a tree at 60 miles an hour, and I can actually fall into a parking lot. There's actually a helicopter that fell into a Fort Lauderdale park, or in the street. They were hitting a kind of nice car with their blades and stuff. But ultimately, it's much safer than most people realize. The other misconception is that it's hard to hover or anything else. And that's mainly because the instructor is doing a bad job. And I'm sorry to say that that's kind of the truth. The instructor doesn't really know how to explain it in a way like I'm doing, or they're not utilizing certain aspects of flying at night to make it essentially easier to hover. In most cases, they don't even cover the ground before they fly, and they just, hey, let's go fly. and then we'll explain it there. So I put a different routine. So helicopters are actually not hard to hover at all. You're controlling a drunk person. If you understand that, you can understand a little bit more. Another misconception is that helicopters fall like a rock. They don't. They fall with a parachute. So it allows them to control everything, and the descent is really controlled and everything else. No, it's actually a lot easier. Cheap death is driving my car. You're used to it. That's the only thing. You're used to driving, so you think it's the safest thing in the world, but it's actually not safe to drive. If you get used to flying helicopters, it's super safe, and you get a lot of stuff done. My lessons are on YouTube. Helicopter Pilots Suck is my YouTube channel, and that's where I'm going to try to post these lessons, so that way you guys can access it. But I'm also going to teach anybody else. Okay, so if I wanted to recommend a specific career, that would be like saying, do you want to be on the beach with all the hot bikini women, or do you want to be flying medical patients to places? There's not a lot of specific careers that you can do a lot of stuff, so it's a lot of choices in there. The specific career is kind of up to you, but you really need to know what it takes in the hour level and then work your way down to do. What would you recommend to deal with the cost of getting certified? Get to know a pilot, okay? Bryce is getting this because he is working for a helicopter company, and he's not a mechanic, and he's a paint technician. He works for a helicopter company. So if you want to get certified in airplanes or helicopters, work in the industry, get over to a nearby airport, and then you get to know those people, and that actually helps. Well, how am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I love my career, and it's fun. Where do they hang out in New York? There are local airports everywhere. Super easy to find a local airport. But yeah, there's tons in tourist towns, those kind of things. But here's the thing, like there's people who are friends with the helicopter pilots, they end up being in the seat, and they're just basically taking controls all the time, and they're learning it. But here's another thing, to reduce costs, I highly recommend like Microsoft Flight Simulator, because it actually helps you to understand some of the procedures of flying. And I highly recommend that you get like an actual joystick that looks like a cyclic, and a basically power control that's a lever that is more like a collective. They can be a little bit expensive, but it's cheaper than actually getting into a helicopter. I had a student of mine, he's actually getting way more hours than I do, but he's actually fighting fighters. He bought a computer and had VR, and it was flying helicopters in VR, and that actually can help you to learn how to fly quite a bit. The VR systems nowadays are insane. So I highly, highly, highly recommend that you get a VR setup. And then there's books. You need to get the Helicopter Flying Handbook. Next lesson tomorrow, I'm going to be changing that to flying instead of pilot. That's going to help you to understand some of the dynamics. Is there any more questions or anything else? I definitely, if you guys have some normal questions too, I can talk about. Flying crews from shore off. Everything can pay very well. You can, if you negotiate the price, and the insurance and the contracts can pay for things. When you are getting paid, it's kind of a contractual thing, and it's also the industry and where you live. I can make more if I'm in California, but California is going to take most of my money. So you want to make a lot of money, that's sure. The tax guy is going to love you too. But you can also create your own business instead. And so what you can essentially do is you can actually become a certified helicopter pilot with commercial rating, buy a helicopter, be your own boss, and you can do whatever you want. You can charge whatever you want. You can make the money for those kind of things. If you're willing, if a guy were to locate, could you help him get into a job in the industry? So I do have a pilot house that I'm trying to set up that's going to be a dormitory for people to stay in that are learning how to fly with me. And I work with Gateway Helicopters for the flight training outside of everything else. I'll be flying SFO tomorrow. Oh, I love SFO. I love San Francisco. I miss it. Golden Gate Bridge. Yes, I love it. Handy during an apocalypse is handy during a flood, and handy during a fire, handy during anything that's like a natural disaster. Heck, even having an airplane license is handy during the 2012 or 2012 movie of all that kind of stuff. This is ground school, yeah. This is ground school. You kind of missed the. We're on the tail end of it. I've kind of run into it. It's ground school. It's I am a certified instructor, so you're actually getting free ground training that actually counts toward ratings. I'm doing that because we're running out of pilots, and we really need it in the industry. Can anybody in the chat that knows this answer for this question, what do helicopters actually do? Let's see if anybody knows all the jobs that are out there for helicopters. I'm trying to do the classes with Bryce, who's one of the students that actually is working with me here personally to do everything. But at 6 o'clock tomorrow is probably what I'm going to try to do. So what do helicopter pilots actually do for work? What are the stuff that you've seen them do? Not just flying over Glamis, not just being a creator. They do creation. That's a great way to make money. Transport. There's a lot of different types of transport. Search and rescue, crop dusting, medical, executive, electrical wires, EMS, construction. Crop dusting is a great one too. Heavy lifts, transport, med. Keep going. And this is the reason why I am trying to get these more people flying, basically. Surveillance. Yeah, they fly over your house all day because you got something going on that you're not supposed to be doing, right? Fire extinguishing, fire is fighting, yep. So these are all the things that helicopters do. Did you know that helicopter pilots reduce the mosquito population? Border protection is one of them. So helicopter pilots are actually doing a lot more than people actually know, and this is kind of where we're coming up. Don't chop them up. We spray the areas and stuff. So helicopters are able to do a lot of different jobs, and we're running out of helicopter pilots. So now you can understand the really kind of big need for them. Do you want to know what their crop dusting spraying is definitely one of them. They kill the bugs that's giving you lettuce. If you go to the store in the United States and you pick up lettuce during the winter time, look to where it was from. It's usually from Yuma, Arizona. Yuma, Arizona is where they're doing most of the growing. I know a lot of the pilots that are crop dusters down there. Yuma, Arizona does a heck of a lot of work that people don't even realize and stuff. You're in Yuma. Okay, I was in Yuma for a couple of years. I was actually a wedding photographer and a helicopter pilot down there in Yuma. So, but helicopters do a lot in the industry that people don't even realize and stuff. Rope access work, yeah, like you got to carry those the people up to the to different parts. We move a ton of parts and big pieces. Most of the infrastructure that you see here in the United States, in the world, that are big power lines and everything else like that, were kind of created and helped with our helicopters actually helped create those things. So the fact that you have electricity right now is because a helicopter pilot cleared the lines from branches so they don't break, and they actually are inspecting the lines because we can just fly low compared to an airplane. We just fly really low. They do maintenance on there if you ever see videos in that. So, but you're in Yuma too. Yuma's awesome. I wish I was there somewhat because I was trying to actually create a crop dusting program that would be a college degree that the VA benefits would work for pilots, because they're running out of pilots and stuff anywhere. But there's a lot of really good people and stuff down in Yuma. Tree timbering, yeah, exactly. So do you have a certain amount of flying hours to get your pilot's license? You have to have minimums of 40 to get a private pilot's license. You have to have a minimum of 150 hours to get a commercial license. But the insurance usually requires you to have 200 hours to 250 hours to get a job. So the goal is first to 250 hours-ish, 200 hours to actually get a job. The license is great. If you don't want to work, you can actually just get a private pilot's license. And I know a guy who just owns a helicopter and he just flies all the time. He's a veterinarian and he's a great guy and he just does all that kind of stuff. They do have drones that do crop dusting and stuff, but the drones, they run out of battery. A helicopter is able to carry more weight and fly longer. So usually when they're trying to do crop dusting, it's smaller fields that you're doing it with drones. With bigger fields, they're using airplanes still and helicopters. So yeah. Dual rotor helis just create more lift. So I have a goal of creating enough lift. I have to suck, and dual rotor helis, they suck harder. And they don't have a tail rotor, so they have all their power going to the dual rotor. So that dual rotor is actually more efficient to get off the ground. The Chinook is actually the fastest flying helicopter in the world because of the dual rotor. So it's pretty amazing stuff. But I personally just like simple aircraft. I don't need any heavy weights and stuff too. For hands-on, what locations for scooting in school? I can't recommend too many schools. That's the only problem, because if I recommend you that school and the instructor is bad, unfortunately, I wouldn't want to be in that position. There's a couple of problems with this industry that are not really helpful. One, they don't tell you up front. Most people don't tell you up front. It's free. You can actually get a lot of ground school for free, and that's the biggest thing. The ground school can be free. They also don't usually teach you at night for the first flights. They teach you during the day, which is actually harder to learn how to hover, which is what you're trying to do in a helicopter. So I can't really recommend it too many places, but Specialized Aviation and Utah Helicopters are some that I can actually recommend. You can come fly over here in St. Louis, and I can teach you guys how to fly. Leading Edge Aviation, I'm not going to make total recommendations on anything. They do come out with some pretty good pilots, but you have to actually interview the instructor. Make the instructor earn your, basically earn your training, if that makes any sense. Take an intro ride. Do it anywhere. You can take an intro ride anywhere in the United States, and it doesn't matter where you take the intro ride. That instructor can get a half hour intro ride all the time down the road, but make them earn your 60 hours, your 150 hours. Make that instructor earn that flight time from you, if that makes any sense. Maybe you can do a video, good questions to ask. Oh, I should. That would actually be probably pretty helpful. Like questions to ask the flight schools, if that's what you're talking about. The first question is, have you followed the suckiest man alive? That would be the first question. Because I've been flying for a long time. I've been teaching for 21 years almost in March. And if they don't know what I know, good luck to them. But I'm trying to teach it in a way that the bottom, the people that... I'm trying to make it simple as much as possible to everybody. That's the thing, is if I can make this simple, and most people struggle with making it simple, but I think I've been teaching okay. So if they follow me, they may actually learn a little bit more than they know, but I don't know. I'm glad you jumped in stuff. Do you have to go to school? You don't have to go to college. You don't have to go to high school. You can drop out of those if you just want a certificate. The certificate is actually just FAA separate. So you can actually get the actual flight training done and actually go into everything without any kind of high school stuff. There's people who are becoming pilots before they actually graduate high school, so there's some good stuff. There are physicals that you have to pass if you want to take passengers. The private pilot's license requires you to have at least a third-class medical. And it's not really a license, it's a certificate. A certificate is kind of a little different than a license. A license is like permission to do something. A certificate is like the permission to act, or the privilege to act and things like that. And everything to how many hours you get your license. You actually need 1 hour every 2 years to do a biannual flight review. A biannual flight review keeps you current in order to do it, but I recommend more. Here's the biggest thing. Okay, I've been working in this industry for a little while, and I teach advanced pilots all the time. So today I was teaching somebody who's been in the industry for quite a number of years, and I've taught many people like that are, for instance, EMS stuff. I've been a check airman for a medical company. So ultimately, if you don't keep up that proficiency, you lose it. And if you don't keep up that proficiency, that's where those accidents occurs. I've seen it personally. I've seen helicopter pilots that don't keep up their proficiency, and then they end up crashing their aircraft doing something that's basic. And it's like the saddest part, and that's where you get the news. So the proficiency matters. If you want to stay proficient, that's more important than just getting hours every year. My YouTube channel is Helicopter Pilots Suck. So, how to leave, battery dying. A written test. You do have a written test. There's a written test. There's a flight test. The written test, I actually can sign you off for a written test, but I have ways to help you to prepare for a written test. Because the written test is kind of odd. The written test in itself is, it's not exactly the easiest test in the world to kind of understand. So there actually is ways to prepare for that. You can actually take practice tests before taking it. Some people don't test well, and that's hard, and you end up spending a lot of money that you don't actually need. Have a good night. Definitely thank you for coming by. I'm glad you're able to come on. So... yeah. Is there any other questions I can answer? I'm probably going to go for about 15, 20 more minutes or so. These are all good questions and everything else. So you're welcome, Elizabeth. Website is helicopterpilotsuck.com. You can take practical tests at there's specific locations that you have to Google in your area for basically private pilot practical test center. The testing is actually very restricted as far as you have to actually do it in a room with a monitor to make sure you're not cheating, because you don't want pilots to cheat and actually get their licenses and stuff. Ground training program. I'm trying to actually do this very quickly for Bryce. The ground training program is as fast as we can actually make it. I was done in 6 months with my flight program. I was 0 hours, starting zero. And then I got completely all the way through in 6 months. So the test is exactly almost okay. When you do the written test, there's a lot of things that are very similar in the one part 107 information. There is a lot of differences though. You could actually take an airplane test and it'll actually count towards your part 107 certification kind of stuff. So it's a higher standard than 107. There's licensing it's a national thing. For the FAA, it's the Federal Aviation Administration, so it doesn't require anything different from states. Now, if you're going to do crop dusting, you actually have to have licensing for crop dusting specifically. How much does it fly out? When it paired for an airline, it's $4,000 every time to fly out. It's about it's about $650 an hour, and an R-44 helicopter that we have, and that's because insurance. So it's hard. This Boeing screwed the industry. You guys can screenshot that if you want. Boeing screwed up the industry. Take a screenshot of that. Boeing screwed up the industry. Made everything more expensive because they made the 737 and all the insurance is paying for all the fixing that was done for that. And it's so bad. We had to raise prices just because the insurance was higher. The gas prices have gone down, and it's just the fact the insurance is so high. So we're getting screwed because of the Boeing situation. So, oh, you guys have been great, and everything else. I'm trying to be a good host on here, trying to be everything else. If you've been around for a bit, this is the third time that I've done stream ever. So I'm not really sure about this stuff. You're welcome. The only thing I knew, because here's what I did. And I'm going to see if I can actually find this person. I don't know if that's even something. Quick invite. Wait, what is that? So there's a couple of cool people. Oh, jeez. I didn't really want to do that. How's it going? I didn't want to
Good,
actually
good,
connect.
brother. You pilot? Are you pilot?
I'm a pilot, yes. I am a pilot.
Let's play a match with the co-host pilot.
Oh, you're gonna win because I don't have very many followers. Shoot, I was actually trying to get somebody else because what's going on is I'm new to this thing. I was actually trying to do something completely different. There's a couple of people that I was following on here that actually helped me learn how to do this. So there's actually some people that actually were in TikTok that actually learned. And so I was actually trying to see if they were on to invite and stuff. I don't care if you want to battle, you're just going to get an easy win because nobody wants to pay me money because I'm doing free lessons and I'm trying to save them money. So
Okay,
it's up to you, man.
you lesson. Bye bye.
What's that? Okay. Jeez, I did the wrong thing. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. I can't get to them. Okay. Anyways, there's a couple of streamers that are actually really helpful. They were actually the ones who helped me. I would love to give them a shout out, but I can't remember their thing. Because I am brand new to TikTok. Literally brand new to TikTok. But I wanted to create lessons that would be able to be seen and then also so I could be seen. That was interesting. That was my first experience doing something like that. That's kind of funny. Thank you, Chris Evans and Bradley Cooper's love child for ducking in. You did an amazing child. All right. Laughing at him, not you. Put your information. I know. Okay. I need to put a lot of stuff on this board. Everybody keeps asking the same questions. I need to put a lot of stuff. I got to print out like a ton of everything. Like pricing and all that kind of stuff. I printed this out like, basically I was like, the first day, if you guys had been for the first day, it's all this handwriting. So it was bad. So I was like, okay, at least I'll put something up here. If somebody was suggesting I need to do it, like neon lights of some sort to make it so like free lessons and everything else, but that'd be kind of distracting if it was flashing and all that kind of thing. But is there any suggestions that people have about doing better? Anything I could do better for everything? I've been teaching for a long time. I've been actually teaching since I was 14 years old in church. And then also like I've taught in front of huge groups. So it doesn't actually matter to me. I just never liked TikTok all that much because I have so many other things go, but I can't reach all the people that need to know about this stuff. So this is kind of where I decided to do. I'm glad. Thank you very much. Anybody who has given a gift, again, I want you guys to understand that if you gave a gift, it's all going to Bryce. It's going to help him learn how to fly. And hopefully you guys just save some money though, and just actually take your intro rides and things like that instead of trying to spend the money on this. But I do appreciate anybody who does pitch in or put some stuff in there. That's all just going to put some gas in the tank for Bryce kind of stuff. I'm trying to create scholarships as well. Put my website on so people don't ask as much. I know it's a problem. Online, I actually need to do what I need to actually put on there is an intro that says what's actually happening. Because I've seen some creators that say, welcome to the channel, this is what's happening. And that's actually what I should have done before. But this is the third time I'm doing this. But my website is helicopterpilotsuck.com. Oh, you guys want to see, here's something cool. One of the reasons that I'm doing this too is because helicopters are so useful. We went through a whole ton of lists of all the things that helicopters do by people just responding to the question, what does a helicopter pilot do? There's so much that helicopter pilots do to create infrastructure and create power lines and move people and everything else like that. And those are all things that are necessary for here on Earth. Well, Elon Musk wants to go to Mars in 20 years. They're going to need helicopters on Mars. And it's proven that helicopters can work on Mars because they actually have the drone that they put up there. So actually, one of the things I'm hoping to do is teach the people who are going to go to Mars how to fly helicopters, because they're going to need pilots up there too. Now, I know there's a lot of automatic systems that are involved, but the only thing is, automatic system is hard to maintain, especially if you're far away from Earth. But if you maintain a body or a human, that's actually cheaper. And the helicopters that are right now, there's so much significant parts, pieces. The weight of a helicopter is a little easier if it's not controlled by an AI system computer, because brain can be pretty heavy. So I'm actually trying to get so yeah. So what if it's just for barren Earth? I think Mars is probably a pretty fun potential place to go and stuff. But I can't go to Mars. I'm too old. But their next generation hopefully can go to Mars and have the helicopter experience that they need to actually do jobs up in Mars potentially. So anybody knows Elon Musk, just say, hey, dude, I got a guy who's saying you need a helicopter up there because you're going to need infrastructure built by that helicopter. You're going to need a helicopter that moves people from point A to point B because the terrain is so rocky. You're going to, all that kind of stuff. I have the nicest one. I'm scared of flying. If you actually knew what helicopters were like, you wouldn't be scared of flying. You'd be scared of the drive to the helicopter place. Because I'm scared of driving a little bit more, and I've been driving for a while. Helicopters are way safer and everything else. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. You guys just missing the lesson. I'm probably got about 10 more minutes and everything else. Oh, man. See, that's the problem, though. Okay, here's how you get rid of fear of things. You understand them a little bit better. The more that you interact with snakes, you don't get as much fear for snakes, and so there's a lot. Awesome. I drove one a little bit, lifted, nose fell. You drove a helicopter for a little bit. I'm glad you at least got you thinking about flying. It's an awesome way to do it. You guys are all bottom feeders on an ocean right now, and you're stuck on the ground like crabs. And I'm trying to make it so that you guys will get an opportunity to actually enjoy that huge free world that's above us. The view is amazing from above. If you ever go to San Francisco, you know that the view is probably not very good on the ground because there's a lot of other things on the ground. But if you're in the air, you don't notice all that stuff. People look small. It's a bigger perspective up there, and I love it. Well, the atmosphere of Mars is very thin. But a vacuum, if you can create a vacuum, you can actually do some lift. So that gravitational pull, so yeah, it equals out. So the you're just packed in SF, yeah. So, but Mars actually proved it because they had a drone up there that they can actually have a helicopter, and they're trying to terraform it. I guess I don't know exactly how it goes, but as long as you can fight gravity, you can fly. So they're going to you can actually make helicopters basically create more lift by just having more blades. Drones are basically helicopters. So like the four-bladed drones are helicopters, they're just four-bladed drones. Here's a funny fact for you guys, if you guys want to hear it. I will tell you anyways if you don't. The original design of a drone was basically way back in the day, way back before this design for helicopter was produced. The first helicopters had so many blades that they're just absolutely crazy. They had 6 blades helicopters. They were trying to basically create enough lift to hold the person up in the air that they had multiple blades all over the place. So helicopters actually were the first drone design, and then drones just stole some of that design for helicopters or for their drone and stuff. Thank you guys for following and everything too. I'm gonna decline that stuff. I wish I could just invite, go live with guests. I don't know how to do that. I'm new to this stuff. That's what I was going to ask. How would you do? So helicopters are helicopters or helicopters are helicopters. They're all vacuums, and military helicopters are just bigger because they want to carry more weight. They used to have a scout helicopter that was this size and they're flying around, the Kiowa, and so yeah, all that fun stuff. But as long as you can create a vacuum, you can't create a vacuum in a vacuum, so you can't create a vacuum in space. I haven't been able to figure that physics out unless you can, create a black hole in front of the aircraft or something. But we create basically enough thing. I never really thought in my head it's not extravagant. I degree of equine studies, a degree in equine studies, so riding horses and stuff. I honestly think everybody should get on and teach their situation or teach their story and teach their stuff. So if you ever do, those kind of things, I think everybody should teach their stuff because you probably learn things that other people haven't learned. I'd love to learn from other different things and stuff. And I'm not the smartest person in the world with everything. So go ahead with the question, Abdul. But if you user 608, if you have, teach equine stuff. What's the first step in a flight school? And what should you know first? That's a question everybody probably been around and has been asking the same thing. You got to get a book that's called the Helicopter Flying Handbook. You need to acquire the funds if you want to fly. You need to get a simulator if you want to practice in that. There's a lot of first steps you can actually do. I wear glasses. Are you kidding me? I don't know where my glasses are. I got the real aviator glasses from the military, so you can wear glasses. You just have to have them corrected to 2020. Our trainer brought a yearling for 65, sold it. Wow, holy cow. That's where, so you can still pass as long as you have it. You can still, it's not a test so much as it's a medical exam. The doctors have to just do an eye exam. As long as it's corrected to 2020, you're fine. There's also different things besides just the medical. The medicals are there to mitigate the risks to passengers. You can fly without a medical. You just can't fly anybody else. You can fly yourself. The FAA doesn't mind if you continue to fly and fly and fly in your backyard or around your neighborhood, as long as you're not doing something stupid. But you can basically get a helicopter skill without the actual certificate and then just not even worry about anybody else and just fly yourself for fun. Another question, you're over for 40. I was a Marine too, taught weapons. I was a Black Hawk mechanic and then I was a Black Hawk pilot, so I understand that kind of stuff. Thanks for your service in the Marine Corps. Yeah, nobody has any idea that you can just fly a helicopter without a license to take passengers and stuff. The private pilot's license is just a license to take passengers. So you can actually get a recreational license that actually doesn't require anything except for a driver's license, and yeah, you can just do a lot of stuff. You're welcome for the lesson and stuff. I wish a lot of people can kind of do that. I'm gonna actually see if Monica can join. She's awesome. Monica is one of the people who kind of helped me learn how to. Monica Creekmore is one of the people that helped me learn how to do this stuff with her husband when I first got on. Yeah, no age is a problem. You just have to, I got guys who are 70 years old learning how to fly, so you just have to find a way to do it financially, and if you want to take passengers, which this guy, he wants to take his family up, so he's trying to do it. So. It's amazing that like there's so little information being out. It's kind of gate kept a little bit. It's kind of industry that's kind of keeping a lot of things under wraps a little bit. It's kind of pain. I have to be in the hospital 4 a.m. Thank you. You're very, very, very welcome. Thanks for the work that you do at the hospital, because those are really important things. Costs for the ballpark. So it depends on your goal. Private pilot's license, 60 hours times, so 650. And then there's some tests that you have to take, and there's a check ride you have to take. The check ride is with a designated pilot examiner. It can cost a little bit, yeah. I'm not going to be able to do math. I'm getting close to the end of my night. Ballpark. I need to actually write that on the boards, the ballpark costs and stuff. But I'm telling you, the reason I'm doing this is so I can make it cheaper. It costs a lot, but I can make it cheaper by giving you free lessons. I can give you opportunities to know where to find information to learn in a cheaper way. Maximize the time that you're flying. Get some friends with your neighborhood flight schools, and get friends with those people who are just around the airport. Get to know those people who are helicopter pilots, and you end up starting to. I'm utilizing my board for teaching though. I was actually utilizing my board for actual lessons. You missed kind of some of it if you haven't. A lot of my board was actually full of stuff earlier, like how to auto rotations and all that kind of stuff. But I appreciate everybody's coming in, everything too. I think it was a good turnout. I feel like hopefully this is a little bit helpful, but I feel like it's helpful to you guys and everything. You're talking to somebody who's both civilian and military, and I got a lot of good time and experience and stuff. And for the last time, I don't do airplanes, by the way. If anybody asks that again, I don't like airplanes because they taxi on the ground. Taxiing aircraft are doing this all day long, trying to get up to their runway, and I'm just a helicopter. It just goes, ah. So fighter jets are fun. Would be fun. If I had a chance to fly, I'd use seaplane so I can land on the water, and then I would do like something that could be a little bit slower speed. A fighter jet would be just awesome because they're doing acrobatic stuff and everything else like that too. But you've probably seen people that were like YouTube channel people that are ending up getting free rides in a helicopter because of just their popularity and stuff. So I recommend that you grow your own following, teaching your own stuff to kind of people, get a little bit of people out there that actually can help you and everything else. Light snow. The METAR is light snow. For the negative SN is light snow, for anybody who's asking that kind of question. You like my jokes about airplanes? This is what they do all day long. You don't know how much I took away from an airplane today. I was on the runway blocking airplanes and everything. And this is a big jet. That's like a Citation or something. They're getting ready to take off, and I'm sitting there on their runway and blocking their view for everything else. Good cheap helicopter to learn on. You can if you want to learn in a helicopter, in a cheap helicopter, there's a Mosquito that's 1-seat helicopter. It's $50,000. It's a kit helicopter, but I don't recommend it because you don't have somebody to actually help you. The cheapest helicopter that's out there, that's actually really the cheapest helicopter, is an R-22 helicopter. But the problem is that, and I flew the R-22 helicopter, you're not learning proficiency very quickly. It's a very unstable aircraft. It doesn't auto-rotate the same. You'll be a good pilot overall, but the R-22 is actually really, really hard to like master. The goal when you're doing a check ride is to be able to essentially be proficient enough that you can prove that you're able to follow a standard. You can do it in a 44 a lot faster because you can prove that proficiency a lot faster. The sooner you can get to a private pilot's license is great. There are Cabris that are out there that are actually really good, but the only problem is you won't probably get a job afterwards because one of the problems is you don't have the ability to get the insurance for that. And then it's the other one is a CB300. It's a Hughes 300C. Those ones are decent helicopters that they used in the military for a little while, but they got into the Jet Ranger for that kind of stuff. I'm losing my voice. I may I may actually be done because my voice is probably kicking myself off. So my favorite helicopter is an MD500. I have got 0.5 hours in an MD500, and that MD500 is a rocket. It is so much fun. It is a sports car for helicopters. It is awesome. You could be under orders from a company to act like you have skin. No, I'm doing this on my time off. So, when are free classes? You missed. I start at 6:00. I'm trying to stay on till I get everything done for price. I'm gonna try to post all that stuff. If you want a free class for somebody specifically, I don't mind coming in and trying to talk this through again. I just want to teach anybody who wants to learn for the most part because we're running out of pilots. I'm going to do it tomorrow at 6:00 again, Central Time. That's just because me and Bryce are both off work. We work during the day. I'm a pilot for Heli Inc. And so I basically have a regular full-time job that I love. And ultimately, this is just kind of... here's the reason I'm on here. I get to teach pilots the beginning and help them to get that foundation first to make them better pilots now instead of trying to fix the problems that they make themselves when they get later in their career. Because I get to teach the guys who've been working for a long time that forgot how to do everything that they did in their commercial. So rusty pilots is exactly who I teach. And there's pilots just get rusty. I was getting rusty when I was on the medical line, when I was working at a base. I used to do auto rotations all day long, and I had my own business, so I was doing everything. My business is actually Mars Helicopters, by the way, but I was getting rusty at the base, so I got into training again. Thundercloud, is that the movie, or is it? There's another. The best TV show is Airwolf. That was my TV show that got me going. Started ground school, but the private file fixed wing engine. This is still ground school. For anybody who wants to know, I can actually certify the ground school for you. All right. So you got 300 hours. It's great. You just need to get a little bit back into it and stuff. Airworld, it's awesome. I love Airwolf. I'm losing my voice. I probably have to get off. You probably get. Hopefully you just hear it. Frone's honor strip. See, that's the thing. Okay, this is where it comes down. User 60. Get to know the people who have all this nice kind of fun stuff, like the airstrips and everything else like that, because those are the things that are super fun. You get to go to places and go to all these other kind of things. I'll get to you, Gumby, in just a second. You can ask the question. I'll try to answer those kind of things. But I've had some very good experiences just because I got friends with everything, people. So go ahead with questions, Gummy. I was trying to fill in a little bit. I got to leave in an hour, I think, or 10 minutes. Not an hour. Jeez, I think I've been on. I started this at 6 p.m., so I'm now almost 4 hours into this. Is it raining? It's raining. Okay. Can you let me up and try to get it in a helicopter? Is that what you're going to try and do? I can't let you up in a helicopter for free yet until I can get some scholarships for people to actually justify that. Or do I have to do it through chat? Let you up in what way? I'm not sure what Mr. Gummy is asking, to be honest. I have a helicopter that is not my own. I don't need to actually own the helicopter at all. I have enough experience that everybody asks me to use their helicopter. So ultimately I just fly everybody else's helicopter and they let me do everything I want to do. I do have a helicopter. I have 4 helicopters at my disposal pretty much. And I can actually go around the United States and do it for the company that I work for, but not for everybody else. Discovery flights are awesome to do. I can do all that kind of stuff. So private concert. How do you start learning how to fly? This is it. The ground school is how you start learning how to fly. I'm in St. Louis downtown airport, and so basically right off of St. Louis. That's kind of where I'm at. I got to put all those questions on the board. How do you learn to fly? Start here. Helicopter flying handbook. That's the first way to start. And how to learn how to fly. Learn the ground. You will fly better if you understand the ground. If you try to fly right now without understanding the characteristics of the helicopter, you're done. There's videos out there of people trying. I try to teach you the ground so you can understand the flying part. If you want to get lessons, start here. I can start teaching you the ground. If you want to get lessons in general, I can try to recommend some schools if you're close to a really good school, and everything else too. How much does it cost? Don't come. John, why'd you start with that? I know what you're doing. John. Pennsylvania, I can help you try to find a school. There's a couple of things that people have recommended me do is create a video on how to ask the right questions to a flight instructor, so you can get a good one. So I can't give a recommendation for there because I really don't know the area. The biggest thing for me, and this is the most important part for me, is getting you a good instructor. If I don't give you a good instructor, you're wasting a lot of money. I've seen instructors out there so bad they only care about the hours that they never did a post-flight debrief to tell the student what they did wrong, and that was just really bad. So if you ever went to Silver State Helicopters, screw them. Anyways, how do I stay proficient during a forward slip? I struggle with this. We're not an airplane, so we don't really slip the same way. Oh, who is this? Who's asking me to? Mr. Gummy. I won't be able to do it tonight, anyways. And plus, I don't do a lot of connections with everybody. Mr. Gummy, sorry. I actually have got to get off in 5 minutes. My voice is already losing it. So I don't like airplanes all that much because taxiing. Airplanes taxi all day long, and they do all that time just to take off for a half hour to get to their destination, and that's it. I take off from the ramp directly and land on my lawn. So I don't need to go to the airport. I just take off and go home. So I like helicopters. They're fun. Oh, man. I've landed... You guys did anybody not hear the funny story about the banks? Anybody hear the bank story? It's not too many parts in moving helicopter, but that's exactly why they're a little bit more expensive than an airplane. I'm not going home in a helicopter because I try to basically mitigate my risk. I've been flying for 21 years. There's some weather in the area I don't really want to deal with. Plus, I really don't want to try to deal with that. I'll just park my car in the garage. It's a little easier. There's no traffic right now, so it's okay. But when I'm driving traffic and stuff, I'd rather drive. How much are helicopter schools? Same question everybody has. So I've got to get that board up. I got to get that board updated. There are very, very different costs for helicopters. So I was approached the airport and felt specialer than the president. I know. That's the best part. Like, you get special treatment when you got certain stuff. Is there a flying hour limit? There actually is for certain types of industries. They actually require you to reduce the number of hours that you fly in a year so that you're not fatigued. So there is a limit to how many you want to fly. But if you're just flying for yourself, you could fly 1,000 hours in a week if you really wanted to. I don't think you would, because I don't think that has that many hours in the week. I don't think the math works there. But there's limits to flying. But there's anytime you're flying, it's hours, so you get a lot more stuff. We need him to. He said one rule: no permission broken. 650 to operate per hour is what I charge for the R44, and that's because of Boeing. Everybody knows the story. Boeing raised the prices on everybody's insurance. So I'm trying to mentor everybody, Hambic. I'm trying to mentor everybody because honestly, that's really how it is. If you have a son who's actually interested, he's smarter than my kids. I have 3 dumb boys that are that age, and yeah, if he's interested, and this is how you get a start. So this is how you start. I get ground lessons, and I get all that stuff for you. So that's how to start, and then I try to mentor and teach everybody how helicopters work, so that when you do fly with an instructor, you're getting the right stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff in the industry that I'm trying to fix, trying to change some things. I'm located in St. Louis downtown airport. It's just outside of St. Louis. The certification can take quickly. I have 6 months for me to completely get. This is all the way from 0 to CFII. I already had my private, I had my commercial, I had my instrument rating, I had a flight instructor certificate, and then I had my CFII in 6 months. So in 6 months you can actually do it. But you have to have some funding to be able to do it. The only blame Boeing for the cost, unfortunately. It's expensive for a lot of people, but I'm trying to reduce costs by getting free lessons in ground. So I got to get going. I appreciate it. I got like 1 more minute to get on here and stuff. Where do most helicopter pilots work? A lot of places that people don't understand or know. Helicopter pilots do perform industry stuff that like power line inspections, crop dusting, EMS, transportation. I've transported Gordon Ramsay, Mark Zuckerberg, and so there's people that you can kind of do. So I'm going to try to do this class on a regular schedule. I'm not sure exactly how many times I need to do that. I actually have to fly at some point. Gordon Ramsay is freaking amazing. If he ever sees this thing, he's going to get some shout outs, but he's an amazing guy. He actually knows how to fly a helicopter a little bit. We were talking about, he actually got some flying training and everything else. So you're welcome. I'm going to try to do the class on a regular schedule. I'm going to try to get this class downloaded so I can actually post it on my YouTube channel and stuff. He yells because you're going to kill somebody if you give him food poisoning. So you got to give him credit where it's due. These chefs are giving raw stuff to people, and he loves the people he's serving, the people who he's serving food, but you never see him yell at kids. Like, he's the most amazing person mentoring kids and how to cook. So yeah, he's a good guy. I gotta go. Thanks for coming by. I'm gonna try to use classes regularly, 6 o'clock tomorrow. So I appreciate all the care and everything for showing up. Hope you guys learned something. If you learned something, give me a thumbs up maybe. Let me know if you learned something about helicopters or pilots in general in the industry. Anybody learn anything? Nobody's learned. So good. I'm glad. All right, have a good night, everybody. Hope you guys stay safe, fly forever, because that means that you get to enjoy some things, right? Have a good one. I can't do it.